egi niyo vision to defining garundi kusobora hiki ekituli. For our friends who are not following or picking Tooro, this platform of the Tooro People's Conference has a goal, and this goal is to galvanize a coalition of the willing and like-minded people of Tooro to unify across geographic locations, religions, tribes, and economic status, to have a dialogue on the most pressing issues facing the region and work out solutions on how to best address them. Our vision, we exist to pursue this vision as Tooro People's Platform. A united Tooro that is prosperous, environmentally sustainable, and culturally vibrant. So, mwebale abantu bakuru wa Isaazi Ly'Abantu ekintu ekimwarosire mwatandikaho kandi mwakumakuma naitu itwena kurora twahika hati hati. Ekindi kuhaburaho rundi kuongera kuijuka abokuba tutoira hakaire tutakwikara itwena tuti tulhanu buli muntu aroho kitini sache. So turarora tuturukumanyira kugamba naka yeija webale mukitini seki neki otahura oyehinyire Burundi otuntena tulhanu entebe yoratangana wekare otekane chonga itwena tulibe kitinisa obulhanu abokuba itwena hano twetoeranize nitwe twikiriza ekigendererwa aroha wa Tooro rundi bakeserege kiboneko cha TPC. So thank you very much. I was reminding ourselves, it's quite a while since we physically start. From time to time, recognize people as they come in their respective capacities, but let's take that as a constant. Each one of us needs to know that you are recognized in your respective capacity. We appreciate your contribution to TPC. And each one of us is important in the realization of the TPC vision and mission. For us, abaine empapura ezokuhandika. Hameza eyokwehandikisizaho kwimuka mugikaro cyawo borabo wamara kwikara emeze yogera birehova mbaita kwicaho papura no yahandikisa registration table netuija kutunga engenderwaho yorukurato rundi osorokana baitu katube itwa balhano netugera bamwe tube tuijuke eberege abandi abaine ebyoma ya kalemagezi ha WhatsApp nako eroho ya TPC no so kugihayo pora bekwese muyabo bogitayira mu silence bogumbe norora no following. So kino ekyo kubanza ekyo sorokano tubaire no turaba esaha zihingwireho betitwa balhano netwesima bokwika omubwire kuruga saha ibitweka kwika saha isatu tubaire twitwena kuba twikira hano kandi tutakatahire omuru mwenu bitwe handikisi haruhe meza herwa kuruga saha isatu kwika isatu na itano. I think now time is no longer valid, but let me just the items. Then after, we shall have an opening ceremony that will be moderated by Reverend Father Dr. Pasco Kabura Adieri. In that session, we shall have an opening prayer presided over by a religious leader. We have quite a number here, but with the guidance of the session moderator, Dr. Father Kabura Adieri, he'll lead us on who will take us on that agenda. We shall have welcoming remarks and official opening of our 7th TPC conference by none other than one of the founder members of Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru Tooro and the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Honorable Tom Butime Atenyi kandi ekotiendi mukorasi murukurato rukuru rwihanga habwamwege Central Chenjojo District. Kandi Atenyi already alinaitwe Atenyi na tukutangira. Session 1 ni kubwa, then tunge session 2. Session 2 nija kuelebewa would to be chaired by Charles Mpagi, and this will have the keynote address, and it will be, the topic is economic and social development in the current time, options for the Tooro region. And this will be presented by Professor Fred Muhumuza. We informed the professor is already with us. You are welcome, Professor. Then next, we shall have a discussion, and the case of Tooro region in Uganda, East Africa, and the world in the context of what the keynote speaker will have said. And then we shall have the discussion 1, and then we shall have the way forward on the necessary actions to sustain Tooro's development. Discussant 1 on this will be Mr. Godbatumshabe, and he's here with us. Wow, you are welcome. Then discussant 2 will be Honorable Flavia Ramoro, also already with us in this house. You are welcome, Honorable. And then we shall have a short break. And then next we shall have a presentation. And this session will be chaired again by Charles Mpagi, and will be presented by Ms. Elsie, the UNDP representative, country rep, and the topic she'll be presenting on is the global perspective of the current economic and social challenges and available opportunities. And then thereafter, we shall have plenary discussion being moderated by Charles Mpagi. And then we shall break for lunch, and we shall be guided when we get there on how to proceed. Then today also we shall have a presentation entitled Inequality, Poverty, and Social Welfare Dimensions of Tooro region's development. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Patrick Ruweza. Patrick, is he in here? Okay, we shall know when we get there. And then it will be presented by Ms. Annette Kandole Malewa. And it will be discussed by Dr. Sheila Natia, the Deputy UNDP representative in Uganda. And then we shall also have another discussant of the same topic, who is Mr. Muhammad Sharif. And then thereafter, we shall have a plenary discussion chaired by Mr. Patrick Ruweza. And we had envisaged, for those who have the agenda, to close at 20 minutes to 5, closing our day 1, and we shall close it by, it will be closed by Father Pastor Kamura Adieri, and that would end our day 1. And then tomorrow, I don't know whether maybe we may not go through tomorrow, but okay, we can still have a clue about tomorrow. So tomorrow, we shall start our session 4 of the conference, and we shall open with the topic on investment and development opportunities in Tooro. And it will be presented by Dr. Patrick Birungi with a co-presenter who is Mr. Patrick Tumwine here with us in the house. And then it will be discussed by Architect Enoch Kibamu. And the session chair will be Monsignor Isaiah Mayombo Adiri. Thereafter, we shall have a plenary discussion and then have a break. Then also the topic also to expect tomorrow on the agenda is implementation of the Tooro Development Agenda. And this will be a panel discussion. For those of us who were here in 2019, this agenda was tabled to us. It was a key output of the 2019 conference. So in this conference, we shall get to know the update, but now also in this, the key output of this conference will be a step ahead to put in place mechanisms of how best we can implement the Tooro Development Agenda. And this will be, the panelists will be Honorable Richard Wabhinga, Honorable, this is the District Chairperson, Kabarole District Local Government, Honorable Gilbert Ruwaihayo, the District Chairperson, Chijojo District Local Government, Honorable Edson Asaba Rionga, the Mayor of Poto City, and Mr. Kagaba R. Ndora, the City Clerk, the City Clerk for Poto City. Then also to expect tomorrow is a presentation on Tooro Education Fund report and fundraising. We shall know the status, how we stand. We need, I think, at this moment in time, to clap for ourselves. We've really done great in furthering education, more so of the needy in our region. So tomorrow we shall come to know how we stand, how are the children, and how are the students and the children or pupils we are sponsoring, and how they are faring, and also the finances available to take them further, and if there is any deficit to that effect, and how best to bridge the gap. Then we shall see how best can the Poto City benefit from the regional development plans and the Tooro development. And this will also be a panel discussion. Then thereafter, we shall have a plenary discussion and responses. Another topic in session 6 tomorrow will be, my mistake. Yeah, excuse me. So Tooro Development, Tooro Education Fund, the session will be chaired by Honorable Alex Ruhunda, and we'll have a co-chair who is Honorable Faith Konihira. And the presenter will be Dr. Edmond Kagambe. shall have a presentation on the role of the diaspora in the social and economic development of Tooro. The session chair will be Honorable Tom Bright, and the presenter will be Mr. Albert Bakasara. I think all of us in this room, through the different interactions, physically and virtually, we've all come to appreciate the role of the diaspora, the people of Tooro living beyond the boundaries of the geographical boundaries of Uganda, what they have done to support this conference and also in supporting the needs of the people of this region as they arise from time to time. I think Mr. Albert Bakasara, leading the team from the diaspora, deserves a round of applause. So that's what we shall have, and tukyalindirirako
this region can benefit from this kind of economy and how businesses can survive in these current times. Thus, the theme, economic and social development in the current times, opted for the Tooro region. TPC 2022 will take a more pragmatic approach, very pragmatic actually, concretely examining the current regional, national, and global trends, and also attempt to apply them to our local economic development needs. The discussions at this conference will focus on how to strengthen our region as an economic bloc by encouraging local governments to share their development plans, to take advantage of the Tooro development agenda, which was made by TBC, and to concretize the region's brand names such as tourism city, food basket of the country, to ensure the source of pride. How can these name brands be concretized? So TPC 2022, as I have said, will be very pragmatic. It will look at the current situation as is and how people can benefit from this situation. The past TPC discussions have benefited, have said some local governments that utilize these ideas that were developed in these conferences, they integrated them in their development plans, and thereafter even innovated new ones, new ideas. Some of the local governments, like districts which have adopted
we are waiting just for a few minutes. We have our guest speakers from the UNDP. Immediately they arrive, then the opening session will begin. But meanwhile, we are going to have an interlude of entertainment. And before we welcome them, I'd like to tell us, two of us in your midst, we are the co-MCs of the event, and my name is Grace Kanweri.
I'm Gizuru Moses Akiki.
Yanga Diel.
Ndimuchwezi we wabasita wabito n'abayaga.
Ndimuhinda mwibo wabayitira mwijukuru wabagweri and mwijukuru wabami orubaju orwanye na nyowe hati nitutangira aba entertainers mwije musemeze orukorato. Ya, akasemera Tooro. Mukaire kataito nitwija kuba nitutandika urusorokano twija kuba nitumanyisibwa baitu aroho oburango obuturayenda kugenda aheru nitwija kuturukamu tuika registration table tukwate omukono gw'oburyo bija kurora obwigi aho turaheyo no hari ebikwato turakozesa ekindi abaine presentations muziheyo hari email eno abarukusobora kuzihayo abaine obusobozi sazeno ngo nosobora so gisindika mbere nikalire uborabo takusobora usobora kurubata mpora no guhereza abantu abo baitu abarukusobora kuhereza mbere tuikalire tukozese email eno RO, we can take note. ROVEE or are small letters also. VEEZ@gmail.com. Oboraba otakozeseze email osobora kuhereza ha WhatsApp. A number is 0773 647903. Leka presentation zona as twines kujya kukora tuzihereze mucyari. Then ezinganto eziri gukora abyoma ebyakalimagezi kurora abali online nabo barora omukoro guno tuterireho hashtag tutwetaga kwimukira koraki abantu bapresentinga with the reaction byona ubundi tutwarikweho kubaza omuzindaro baitu we can send them to the hashtag and they are going to project it here. Nabaita kukitoleka najeta hashtag atenye Tooro. So tumanyiso wakozesa hashtag n'abakarabaho bayisomero so ekyo baitu naitwe abatakusobora kukozesa hashtag akazindaro kaija kubaho aba station chairs n'abakomoderatinga naitwe nabaija kutuha chance.
Tongera kutangira abantu bakuru ba Tooro nyana bali hano ekinisa byanyu kandi nyorinja kuba inkwata hamwe mu cyaro no assistant we mu MC mukuru but will come in here and there mabara kambi n'abanyeta Patrick Tumwine kandi ndi muchwamba ninzaba baitira kandi ninduga mu kisuke cy'enjojo Mwenge South. Ninyongera kutangira abaguzi bete bali hano ba members bisazi kandi nyongera mbere mbasaba aba members bisazi pemeraho twabatera mu ngalo. All members of bisazi n'abantu bakuru ba Tooro memere. Abantu bakuru and the reason why we are here. Ogao Deto Mono. Thank you. Dr. Tangira, abembezi attenyu rede honorable minister Tangiriri, Dr. Tangira, members of parliament abalhano, umuramuroho ninyo mwemeri, members of parliament. Mwebale muno, kubanaife, they've always attended this conference. District chairpersons, Ndora Kabarole district, both from Hinga, na Abantu Bakuru, any members of the executive, the districts, from the highest level to the lowest, Abalhano, Twine, Togero Tangira, Abebeza Wabadini, Yuan Abalhano. Togero Tangira, members of security, at least in our security members present, members of the for recognizing. We want Bishop Yabatangira and Tangira Okubaneke Mukikaro Keno. Tongera Tangira Abantu Nwena Betini Sabianyu, civil society leaders abembezi Ndora Sharif KRC na abandi abalhano kandi aba members ba Tooro People's Conference. Abanomanya you belong to Tooro People's Conference. Wenere otalimo Tooro People's Conference. Oyaba. So I want to know whether you belong to it or not. That's very important. So if you end you are a member of Tooro People's Conference, and that's the reason why you are here. And tongera mono okusima abantu abakwatanize kulorango mukoro guno kugenda mumaiso kandi na hatwaika hano ije tuweke mugota mbagamba buli kintu kyona kiterekerire kandi ntwija kule ntunywa ekiti kiri kikuru kiterera mungabo. Our facilitators abalhano who are going to lead us into this the whole today and tomorrow, we also recognize you. Nozire Dr. Godbert Mushabe behind and Dr. Muhumuza, our guests, Dr. Muhumuza and Godbert, they are still focusing. Those are our key facilitators of today. We recognize you and thank you very much for being with us. We shall start with the national anthem. This will be followed by the Tooro anthem and the East African anthem. From today, from now. Kandi Ramalecho to Saba shall surrender this conference to the Almighty. Once we're done with that, then we'll dive into the real deep discussion of the conference. Muja kukanyiraho hawa okuwa mustanka kile kuteliwe kake muno hawa abantu bateite muno bakugambiwa n'ekwekano the country wa UNDP alhaki na jokweka baitu tawazao na our elders baitu ngu sobora kutandika nupo obwire tuleka kusisa kandi twizire kara tonangu kandi twalinda abapezire kara. They always say that I believe in if you invite 100 people and only 30 turn up, you start with those that are there. Even if 5, you start with those. If you don't do that, then there's something that you'll be teaching them. We have a problem here across the country. Meeting in the Sahil. Ati meeting on that meeting here tandiki. Meeting at tandiki. So these are the challenges that we face. time and again. So once again, we wish you good deliberation, and Mwija Kundura have dakika less than 5 to start this conference. Thank you very much. Kangire uri omwe nechupa ya amaizi yenu orabo tino tekokono haiguru bakotwizi tunu kana amaizi gani gakorerwa hano Tooro. Isn't it great? Kaki maizi gakorerwa mu Kijura Road. The investor Asoko Alhano gakora amaizi gani, as we discussed more. I think we're going to discuss more potential possibilities. There are so many resources that we do have, sometimes we don't know. Even again, Ogramisa Gakorewahan can Rekagawa and Okuriwahan. It's good work. So we need to support Bubu. That book, she has written the boy Oguri Chawe Chato. Buy Tooro, build Tooro. Bagambili will be back shortly. I've been reliably informed with the people we're waiting for a special guest for this conference. And tubasaba abantu bakuru Isaazi ya Tooro mwikirize muharawe okulinda kwingi edakika tena mahikere mu rembo for portal beja hano tubakumisirizeho kandi mwija kutuganyira Those are our special guests. So you know what that means when they say you're special. When the Chumbera Karo from Karo Tusi, so that's our culture in Tooro. Just when you reflect on this program, how many of us attended the last physical Tooro conference by show of hands? Because I want to engage one of you. Very good. How many of us have attended all the 7? It's the 7. How many of us? All. We didn't have enough for those. Many attending all the conferences. My question to you, Rumich Aguzo, this conference is building and adding to Tooro.
Isaazi Ly'Abantu Professor Gumayo na wabusu wetu abandi bona abanyakorogo arugamu igipe kikoto tatabamu abatoro bona nitwebuka nitwebanga
Pero mgalo niyedo mtu wote ayatendi the conference zone eneo niyenda kukastandika you have been attending all through. We had the virtual one, the physical ones, the one pain. I want to know. And I'm going to get a hand. Who has attended 4?
Amoitwa simu nyowe nsimamahamu abokuba anarugiro huko hati myaka 5 nyine kirukimu n'ebiri 12 kuruga natumire myaka 6 nkanyine myaka 8 ngaruga Tooro bantu aroitwa narugiro ikikare cyasoko dora myaka 8 kanda kajayo betukero aba Tooro tetuka kalero mwachazi waso nandire kuengayo mabonelengana parisa bende kintu n'intuchuka na bakozeri twakoma gukora bomuti ntunageranganya ngumyo kunu balingarayo nabanzi abwati umwana w'imyaka 8 kandi mupitu ngetegereza uburundi bwa Tooro n'ubumbaza bw'ikiro ngamba Tooro abantu abagiye bagitegereza beto abakorwa hero mu gihugu n'ukurwamo ati nyo tindo Tooro beto Burundi na akora Tooro n'ibiciro wetu soko tingaimbaga ni vale kulia hano kutekana bete mu Tooro ni kike cy'usimera kama hano tumera hano nisimate onareko tumutemu akabanaitwe charvana soma tulelera Tooro
connect
ekibwena mugasa kimkemu ninyi tumaino we kama sata na parasomero amani boni basoma kuservice awati semeliyo atenye na kusima okaija wapianira Tooro wakuma Tooro ati kuma hamu kuruka ntandaka Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru ba Tooro ha hatinya abandi bakomugezi muri abanye tamara because people like me have reached a level of understanding which is sublime to an ordinary mind. They will always regard us as man. Yuni mpanura yangi, mpanura Professor Umai, na wasija wakizu. Na wala kuyambi itwe, abagira hadi korokumi wa Tooro kana Tooro badumanyire mu kikoro.
Very much. So, Project Kandika, and have been guided that we do start. Our guests will find us as we engage in our discussion. In Basabi, you know, email and the Banza Lido, that will work at the Mengenal Cateito and the court. If you are having a waiting from the first minute last time, you want to get a film about what our goal is to there. You know, probably, Honorable Alex will recognize you. Now, when you are arranging, just remain each of us have to Gambia. We are here in our own capacity and in our own right. Obaraba ta recognition gamba ta ko ta skumtima abo ko Gambia as representatives of Tooro in our own capacity. At this juncture, I want to invite Father Pastor Kamura to lead us into the next session as we begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we raise the anthems.
bring us together as people of Tooro in this conference. We praise and thank you for the past conferences we've had in the past years. And Lord, as we come together these 2 days, bless this conference that helps us to appreciate who we are and what you want to do through us, your people in the Tooro region and far beyond. For this is the name of Jesus, the Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, please. My name is Father Bakuru. I am honored to moderate this opening ceremony of the Tooro People's Conference TPC 2022. Honorable Minister Tom Utimatei, Minister of Tourism, members of Isaazi, members of Parliament, chairpersons of districts, especially our district chairperson who is with us, Honorable Richard Wahinga, Bishop Robert Mhiwa, Bishop of Tooro, and within a short time we shall receive the UNDP resident representative, who is going to be one of our facilitators, and her deputy, our distinguished resource persons, Abenjukuru na abiwa Isaazi, the youth, all you lovers of Tooro, ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to have you at this Tooro People's Conference 2022. The Tooro People's Conference, or TPC, is an initiative by the elders of Tooro and adopted at the first conference that took place on the 23rd December 2016, and decided that there would be an annual event around the same dates. The goal of TPC is to galvanize a coalition of willing, like-minded people of Tooro to unify across geographical locations, religions, tribes, professions, and even economic status, have a dialogue on the most pressing issues facing the region and work out solutions on how best they can be addressed. The vision of TPC is a united Tooro that is prosperous, environmentally sustainable, and culturally vibrant. You being here, you subscribe to that vision. Tooro yokum inyakurakurayine ekulinda kunge biruhangwa kandi neyemiriza omungeso n'endwayayo. To be here at TPC 2022, we have a journey. Thus far, TPC has held 6 highly and well-attended annual conferences. The first one, TPC 2016, TPC 2017, TPC 2018, TPC 2019, virtually TPC 2020, and also hybrid TPC 2021, here in Fort Portal. The highlights of which have been published in the Isaazi Publications Series number 1. Discussions have extended to local government leadership and central government sectors in order to influence policy and regional sector interventions. One example is the Tooro Development Agenda, which is on our agenda for this conference. Today we are here. Our theme in these 2 days is economic and social development in the current times, options for the Tooro region. We're going to participate in 2 ways: by listening to some selected resource persons who will speak to us, including our own, but also guests from outside of Tooro, but Uganda, but also from outside of Uganda with a global perspective, like our guests from UNDP, who have just arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the MC to invite the chair of the next session, this having been the opening session. Before that is done, I'd like to extend to you greetings, warm greetings from the chairperson of Isaazi, Amoji, Professor Edward Mayo, who is not able to be with us. His health is not good, but he is recovering, and he extends greetings to you. He would have been one to give the opening remarks, welcoming you all, but he has dedicated one also of our own founder members, who is no other than Honorable Tom Butime Ateni. Honorable Tom Butime Ateni, now Minister, is one of the founder members of Isaazi, and he has accompanied the Isaazi team even when he has been busy with government work. Ateni, you are most welcome. We are proud to have you in the region, and we look to you as a source of wisdom. Like many Africans believe, the more white hairs you have on the head, the more wisdom you do. So, I take this opportunity to humbly welcome you here to do 2 things: to open this conference, but also on behalf of Professor Edward Mayo, to welcome these people to TPC 2022. Honorable Tom Butime Ateni.
The Chairman Urga, Uganda Local Governments Association, Honorable Richard Waginga, Excellency Adafua, Resident Representative UNDP, and the Deputy Dr. Katia, Honorable Members of Parliament, chairpersons of districts, the mayor of Porto City, leaders and founders of Tooro People's Conference, the representative of the rector, KINYAMASIKA Major Seminary, distinguished friends, Chairman LC1 of the end. First, I was with Professor Tooro Sunday, and as Father Dr. Bakuru has said, he sends his greetings and wishes this conference successful deliberations. At least now the numbers have improved, so I feel encouraged. It was during Kasuga 2006 meetings organized by Kabarore Research Center that the stakeholders then mooted the establishment of Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru Tooro Elders Forum. In 2007, members adopted the current constitution of Isaazi guiding document, where it was made clear that Isaazi will operate in 5 districts, which have now improved, because at that time it was Kamarule, Kamene, Kendutu, Kikemba, but today we have Takwenda and Nyangau and Pototo City. The headquarters were to be at Kituba, and I hope that one of these days we will have our offices there. Since the chairman of the group is here, I think he will make it possible for us once in a while to meet them. The objectives have already basically been elaborated. Father Kawura did that. But one of the interesting objectives to me was to engage and transform the youth of Tooro region to be working, training, or at school. They used to be either training, working, or at school. So that there is no youth loitering or just seated somewhere in a corner in Fort or Kejojo playing matata. There should be no such a youth. You should be at school, working, or being skilled. Then you will see no youth idle. One of the objectives of Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru is to know that every people have interests. Those interests may not necessarily be very pronounced, but that those interests exist. Tooro has got her own concerns, interests, and fears. And that's a very, very important objective to me. The region has a social, cultural agenda. We have an agenda. And Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru cherishes that agenda. Apparently, there is no region without conflicts. And Isaazi is always at the forefront to mediate in such conflicts. And some of the conflicts have involved very top leadership in this area. It is also my view that if we had been involved, if we had handled one of the conflicts in this Rwenzori region. It is possible that we will have avoided bloodshed. I hope you know what I'm talking about. There was bloodshed in one of our areas in this region. And if Isaazi Ly'Abantu had been involved, it is possible that bloodshed would have been avoided. Therefore, there is need to collaborate with the elders in the Rwenzori region for purposes of promoting regional socio-economic transformation and pay the burden who has suffered from historical injustice that come to Tooro People's Conference, and there can be some healing exercise. It is important for us to champion harmonious coexistence among the different ethnic groups in Tooro. We have many ethnic groups already. There must be harmony. So it is a tedious task, but there must be harmony in this region. There is need to inculcate the culture of entrepreneurship, to protect land use, and protect natural resources and environment protection. Isaazi Ly'Abantu People's Conference has assumed unimaginable proportions, bringing together people of goodwill from within the country as well as from outside and the diaspora to form the Tooro People's Forum that meets every December since 2016, as you know, and it continues discussing serious development issues throughout the period. Your presence here indeed demonstrates your goodwill and confirms that wherever we are concerned about the economic and social development of Tooro region. And I thank you very much. Another important initiative is ours that was spearheaded by TPC with the establishment of the Tooro Educational Fund. I wish to thank all those that passionately and consistently contributed towards this fund, which has assisted some bright but poor children to have quality education. With more funding, this initiative can do better. We need to reach out to more donors and partners. This fund is run transparently and fairly, typical of the people's character in this area. And nobody should be surprised about it. If you want to deal with the people who are transparent and fair, you come here. There was a time when Monday, the central government allocated funds to KINYAMASIKA district to build their headquarters. They built the headquarters, finished, and remained with the balance, which was declared. And when the president came to say there are places here in Uganda where people can declare what they should have eaten. So there is a culture here. You take what belongs to you, apparently. And what doesn't belong to you, you declare. So therefore, it's not surprising that the funds which have been used by this education fund are fairly managed and we should not be surprised. There will be need to strengthen Tooro entrepreneurship symposium that brings together the private sector and enables sharing of ideas and opportunities. I am very happy to have participated in the Kasunga meetings. And the first meeting with Isaazi, with elected leaders from the region, bring them to speak about Tooro Development Agenda 2020-2030, which was formulated by Isaazi and officially launched TPC 2018. It was agreed that this interaction takes place at least twice a year to enhance collaboration between our elected political leaders, the technocrats, and Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru. TPC 2022, the 7th, since inception. For 2 years, as you know, 2020, it was held virtually. It is therefore very exciting today to get together again. And I thank God. You will discuss and go through very many interesting subjects today and tomorrow. Do please keep in mind the following. We lost many illustrious daughters and sons of this region. We have prayed for them, for their soul.
We have to pray for those departed and pray that the knowledge they carry, that knowledge is transformed and it finds itself inhabited in people from this region. We people of Uganda and Tooro come from one of the most endowed and beautiful places in the world. We must protect our natural lakes, our beautiful places, our rivers, wetlands, forests, forest reserves, game reserves, national parks. And we must reserve land. We must reserve land for ecological and tourist purposes. It is my hope that a district can reserve land. If this land is for Kabarore district, nobody will settle there.
Nobody will settle in this land. We have put it aside for purposes of touristic and ecological purposes. And I I refer you to Article 237 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. And for the mayor and members of Tooro City, we have a city for Tooro City. It is not just a city, but it is a tourism city. Tourism city. It has a completely different profile unlike other cities. This one is a tourism city. In other words, it's supposed to be the best city in Uganda, in Africa, and in the world, because it is a tourism city. And at times I get very impressed by the area of people. When he characterizes this, for me that's very, very important. And I congratulate him. I wish him actually the best. I want to thank all those who want to bring to reality Mountains of the Moon University. At first, it was mission impossible. But today, the hustle and bustle is over. We have a public university. Universities are centers of learning and research. Every research finding has a bearing on the social economic development of the society. All research findings must be used to change society and improve the social economic development of that area. Yes, the university can employ 500, 1,000 people, but that's not enough. We want graduates and researchers that solve or contribute to solving world, regional, and area economic development problems. And I hope that the Mountains of the Moon will very soon lead in research, and that research can be used for the development not only of this region, but of Uganda and the world. Let me end by asking this region, Tooro, to embrace the development programs of government. To embrace the development programs of government. There have been many programs. The most recent is the parish development model, based at the parish level. This program, if understood, carefully managed, minded not the days of cham, isn't it? Minded not the days of properly used, properly utilized, will transform the village. If we can persist, and in the 5 years for 500 million investment in the parish, 5 years, every year 100. In 5 years, 500 million in the parish. Amur and Tooro. If we can persist and 5 years for 500 million investment in the parish, we could have a welcome Her Excellency Atafoa, the UNDP representative in Uganda. She loves Porto, by the way, I'm telling you. And she's here again. I welcome you to 2022 Tooro People's Conference. Umebali kumbiliza, imbakondeza mazao amarudi, na umwaka ukweka galisi. Umebali kumbiliza.
Not enough. Honorable Tom Butene Ateni has provided a rich summary of what we are up to. That this area is characterized by transparency and fairness. That's the culture of this region. It therefore takes a role to lead Uganda in working with the top about fairness, about transparency, and the fight against corruption. He has introduced us and invited us to look at the investment opportunities that will be introduced during the course of these 2 days. He has also, like any active politician, spoken on behalf of government by describing and crowning and coloring and painting the parish development model. I think he would be a bad politician if he left the podium without saying that. The parish development model. That's the song sung in the country. And I guess this is the song whose stanza would be the investment opportunity in the Tooro region, particularly in the tourism industry. Ateni, thanks so much for being one of us, but also for being a successful politician who speaks well of the government. Having said that, I now invite the MC to take on the role so that they can lead us into the next session. This has been an opening ceremony which you have led. And then please, let's move on and beware that time is not on our side. We have lost about 2 hours. I expect you to pick the microphone and be here right now. Please.
Thank you, Pastor Tooro. He also is a big hand clap for Father. Sometimes man, he can deliver a message to you, however hard it is, but in a soft way, and you will smile. Thank you, Father. Looking at the time, we seem to be doing bad in terms of time, but we'll be able to catch up on so many things. We're supposed to be having a tea break, but I think we will engage, we'll have our tea break later. I want to invite Charles Mpagi Mangwisha, one of our chair sessions for the next session, which is going to motivate us to move forward. It is him to introduce our guests this morning, and he knows his panelists and his facilitators. Charles, you're most welcome. Hand clap for Charles. Charles is one of our ambassadors out there. Thank you, Honorable. You're welcome to take the talk. But before Charles, we have our washrooms downstairs. If you feel uncomfortable, take downstairs on the extreme end of this building. And from both gents and ladies down there. Charles.
Kimuna Moti. nimbatangira kandi mbasima nywena abo kwinji intera kwinja kujuzaha ubwire butandukanye burubaki ninja kurenga ngo musohora Tooro wingi kiro jumu piko mundayeta abantu abaleta hano abatakoza Tooro batandukanye kurundi ibara ninyowe Charles Mwambushe bagi mpereza mukama wa Tooro Kigatwara Ly'Abantu kandi n'umunyamakuru umurimo gwange webembera kwijya genda mu maiso hanura nsandika wasoroka kandi pinsaho ali Mount Patrick ninja kulenga ngo musohora kurwandiso bwire muno nja kulenga muno kumusohora kurora twariro bwire akwanja kwa sababu munganyire nyendaga kwa Uganda ndeni nkora ekiro kya kandi kwenda kwiruka muno ubona nikakaya cyomo atenye ni kusaba ohindura ubwenge ebindi bingambire bindi atenye honorable minister hamwe bindi byataburi byo kabandi. My responsibility is not much to lead the next 2 sessions. I am aware that we need to take a health break for tea. I'll keep looking out because I'm on a platform. Once I get the signal, we'll devise a way on how to deal with the tea. I want to propose that we do a working tea. That we pick our tea, come back here, the discussion continues. So may I invite, seated somewhere at the back, Dr. Fred Muhumza, who is going to make a keynote presentation omutwe omuhaire enkurakurana mu byentasya n'enyikara y'abantu mu bwire bw'obuturumu ito Tooro twina migisaki rundi twamkwina naki Dr. Muhumza naruka kunyora nabitegereza ebintu so Dr. Muhumza nikusaba otwanganiza ekyo maiso hano ote presentation yawe ninja kusaba Mr. Godfrey Mushale mnywano wange bayikalire hamu twina kurugyetu bagenda dialogue intellectuals mwabasajja bagezi baingi muno kuruga mu ihanga muno baitu Godfrey Mushale ayelembera Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies, Greece. Ninja kusaba wakitinisa abuoli Flavia Waboro nayo maiso hano ikarakunu nuko tubanze tunadole okuturamara tujakose saha nke byona nsanga tumazi nuko tugenda session ya kabiri. You know, it's in our bonus. I guess it's in our bonus. Okay. Dr. Muhumza, I want to give you the platform immediately. Make a presentation. And the topic is economic and social development in the current times, options of the Tooro region. I would have to make an amendment and call it the Tooro nation. Thank you very much. You have I'll give you 20 minutes to make your keynote presentation, and we'll use about you have the microphone, you have the platform. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Allow me to save time and recognize the protocol as earlier recognized, but also to avoid messy data. Right from the here, I already see a confusion of what I will follow. Let me save my day and myself as well. The query was around and also the English as well. My presentation is available and can be shared later on, but also it can be shared on the screen for you to be able to follow it. I am not looking there, but you're looking there. So let's go to the next slide. Our presenters. I must appreciate really Tooro for this initiative that you have put out here. The topic I was given, as you have seen, is these are trying times. So I'm going to spend a wheel of Kuchira trying to explain the trying times so that you pick out for yourselves. But in some cases, I will also be going into some of those trying times. So that slide on the context of economic and social development, we try to see what exactly is social development. And thank you very much for bringing in the economics and the social development. Quite often us in government, academicians and politicians talk about the economics. And we forget people survive on the social part of it. So it's good to know that social development is talking about the entire well-being of the person. Have you had good food? Are you able to go to church? When somebody goes to jail, are they able to access justice? That's the well-being, that's the social economic development. Is your child safe in school or even on the road where they are passing? As just told us, he wants to drive slowly to be able to reach Kampala safely. Is the road safe? So even as we are saying, Tooro is a tourism city. Somebody moving from Belgium is reading how safe that road is. The list of accidents that we are getting on our roads are not giving them the buffer to switch forward. So that's the aspect of the social well-being. And next slide. I take a drone scan, I call it a drone, you know that flying ahead of us for functions. They give us an idea of what should be looked at when we are designing development for Tooro. And I'm talking about the issue of governance, the issue of leadership, and the politics. What is the role of government? This morning I just received a phone call from my farm. So while I am here, I may not be here. And I'm even asking them, you saved two. Are you sure one did not go with the thieves? My cows were being snatched in the night. So that's the concern. That's the role of government. So the role of government for me is not about the Paris development model, which honorable is insisting goes to the poor. You are giving them 1 million. Me, I'm failing to secure my 10 million. So do you have an agenda for me as well? And I want to employ the other. So if my cows get stolen, those 5 boys on my farm will lose their jobs. So what's the role of government and how is government structured? What's the social services like? If my herdsman gets malaria, where does he go for medical treatment? That's also my concern here at the first. That's social development. So when we want to beautify the city and put flowers, they are really worried about that malaria dose. If it's not available in the hospital, you have a problem. And we really have lessons planned from the child. There was a vocational school. How are we looking into those things as government? So government has a role to play. Land ownership is a problem in our space. The youth, the women, and we are getting a bigger problem on looking after the elderly. I keep having conversations with NSSF. Somebody retires and you give them their 50 million and they spend all of it treating those diseases of the elderly. What's the government role to bring down the cost of medical treatment of non-communicable diseases? So these are agenda that we must address at the people of Tooro as we go forward. How do we pool resources? Somebody around there has 50,000, another has 200,000, another 20 million. How do we pool these resources and then deploy them? Let's get that slide. When you see that slide, that's what the Ghanaian economy has been for quite some time. Up and down, up and down. But what I want to excite you to look at is the dotted line. It is still constant. been so for the last 10 years. So we cannot blame COVID, we cannot blame the economy. They were not here in 2012. We need to lift that off the zero now. Put it at 5, put it at 10, so that even if COVID comes and goes to 7, you are really floating somewhere above the sea level. Before your thing is to keep your head above the waters, any wave will wash you down. So vulnerability is still a challenge for the whole country and still a challenge for our people. We will continue. You can leave that next scan. Let's move to the next. The challenges to social economic development. There are many really. We have higher employment and underemployment. Even the people we say are employed have a problem. Because an average income for Uganda in the informal sector is 90,000. That is 3,000 per day. That person cannot buy your milk. That person cannot treat a child. When a household bread earns 300,000, that means 3,000 per day. That person can't put a child to school, a good school. But even the government funding in our schools is less than 50 shillings per day. So I have seen in your documents and conversations trying to put the vulnerable, the underprivileged in school. But even the ones who are being put in school, they are not getting education. 50 shillings a day does not give a child good education. So is this university really going to train them at all? About all is better than African University. University with a child, and who is going to be lead? The only thing you say we have a public university in Tooro that will not be serving the Tooro community. Or even if it does, they will not be getting the quality education of the children that me and God are looking forward to employ. And I have this challenge of I'm forced to do a lot of work because they're not engaged graduates. Education that is ongoing. So these are challenges really for socio-economic development that we have to contend with at household level, at individual level. What kind of houses are our people living in? Government has borrowed money to transmit electricity, and I'm like, to who? Some houses you can't even connect them to the grid. They fall below the standard. So are our strategies really speaking to the realities on the ground? Those are challenges that we need to face. Climate change, next slide. Climate change is an issue we must contend with. I was in Harare 2 weeks ago. They are rationing electricity. You get electricity for 4 hours a day. 24 hours you get electricity for 4 hours. Why? Not because they don't have the dam, but River Zambezi has dried. So while we are building dams, are we protecting the water that is supposed to make these dams what they are supposed to be? So these are issues that have come up, and they are real serious issues. Climate change, we need to work on it. Rapid population growth, terrorism, and a lot of deviant behavior that has come up. Utaibwa, pavers, really there is a lot of criminality, but which is somehow pegged and related to the unemployment and social and cultural degeneration. So we have more serious issues to deal with as a country. The banks in Europe, Uganda is adopting European policies, but the context is different. For the last 10 years, banks in Europe have been actually pumping money into the population. Now they are raising interest rates to get that money back. In Uganda, when did we ever give money to the population that now we are raising interest rates to collect it back? Abantu baitu tibaina sente. But the central bank thinks I need to get money out of the people. The government thinks I need to get money out of the people to do investments. So who is better in using the little money that we have, government or the population? Because now the government is competing with the population for money. And the banks are also competing to look for you, to lend you money. I was very happy Tooro mwana kantera yanga manyina hotel bank ekwenda kumpa save. Should I take it? I said, well, I don't run your business, neither does that bank run the business. What do you want to use the money for? Good enough, he told me, I want to put up a sauna. My visitors want a sauna. Nyamuka goes, how many visitors do you get in a week, in a day? About 20.
And how many of the 20 want a sauna? About 2. I said, look after the 18, forget the 2. What do the 18 want? The bank will sell your hotel. Now, at micro level, we are not making these basic decisions. You want to borrow because you have collateral, which is your hotel, and there is somebody to lend you. But eventually, you lose your business. So keep your eyes on the big picture. Don't just borrow because the bank wants to lend you money. Run your business according to the terms that you have. So he decided he was not going to take the money, and I want to visit him before I go away. That curve is showing you how much money government in the West, the government assets. Now they were buying bonds, literally giving money to the population during the last decade. In Uganda, we were taking money out of the population. Why am I raising this? A lot of things we have adopted as government policies are because of what the world is doing, but they are not in our context. Let's move on to the next slide. This is our inflation, and you can see the lines that are most volatile. The food is very, very volatile. This speaks to things, that while inflation may be out there, the bulk of our people are affected by food because they must eat every day. But that also creates an opportunity. For Tooro, much as we call Fort Kote a tourist city, don't forget agriculture. Don't forget agriculture. You have an opportunity to feed the people. You have an opportunity to practically be food secure yourselves. Next slide was about global, social, and economic. I want to remain seated with my colleagues, because if I stand, you might lose that. Will you be able to see? Keep your eyes as you listen to me. But when the host insists, you comply. Until I tell them I belong here. So thank you very much. We have a lot of misalignment in policies and strategies that we want to work on. We don't want to do things because the West has done. Speak to your context. So that's another challenge when you get through. But also we have what we call populist politicians. We can underline it because a lot of politicians want to be popular. So they are not speaking to the realities on the ground. They are making reckless spending. These are not going to be good for us. When you send money to the parish development model, you are giving it to the poor people to buy seed. We know there is no seed in this country. A lot of seed is fake. A lot of, even after the farmer has produced, so they lose off the first money of what you gave them by buying expensive seed. So the seed producer captures that money from the farmer at the point of buying the seed. But now if the roads are that bad, the person buying from the farmer will buy at a very low price. The farmer loses everything. So in economics we say, don't look at the person who received the money. Look at where do they spend. That is the person who might benefit from the government program. Because the farmer is going to pass on all this money and will have no impact. That's why as we review all these programs government has run for the last 25 years, poverty has not changed. But we see bungalows and arcades and apartments rising. So when we track who actually is receiving the government money, it's not the intended beneficiary. So watch out as the city comes, it might go up and the Tooro has. That's what we call inclusive growth. And thank you, UNDP, for ensuring that word joins economic terminologies. Inclusive growth is important. Thank you. Don't leave your people behind. Because even as you do a school, the children are going to come from those people. As you do your dairy farm, the children are going to come from those people to buy your milk. Now, people who have invested in cows have failed to sell their milk. They are trying to hoodwink us to say every child in the school needs a liter of milk. But they want to sell their milk because they are failed. We can't afford food. How can I ask for my child to get milk? If I fail a malaria dose, milk is not my problem. So, but because we have not done inclusive growth, we have those challenges. So we have a lot of government projects that have not helped us, but they are slowing down economic growth. Let's go to the next bridge. When you build a city, please build it with elegance. But the projects must speak to individuals. I was in Japan 15, maybe 12, 15 years ago, and Japan funded the Nile Bridge. So we had the privilege, the Japanese said, what kind of bridge do you want? And they took us around Tokyo. We identified what they call the Rainbow Bridge. So when you see that bridge, it has similarity with the Nile Bridge, funded by the Japanese. They told us we don't just do bridges to cross a river from the other side to the other side. We also add beauty. So the Eiffel Tower in Paris attracts 10 million tourists per year. 10 million. If each of them just spends $100, it's not your elephants, not your gorillas. It's a piece of metal. But they have marketed it and they designed it. So city authorities, when you do the next bridge in this city, please make sure some people will come strictly to see the bridge. And market it. Strictly to see Karuzi, the palace. But we have a mentality that we can only market natural things, the gorillas. No, some people just want to come and enjoy the weather, the climate, the trees. But what else are we adding? So please, city, begin to think through some of these things. They will bring you some good money. But also education institutions. Can we have education tourism? I have sat with tourists, and I've sat with people who promote tourism in Uganda. There are people who can't come for photo, they can't come to climb that mountain. Not because the mountain is not there. They are saying, in the rare event that I fall sick, where is the hospital facility? What kind of quality hospitals? What kind of medical services do we have? So you have to do the entire ecosystem if you are going to be a tourism city. This university must survive, but the university survives on other influence factors, and also it must influence other factors. So I want to hear, is it medical school? Is it an agricultural school? What is this university going to be known for? Don't just get a university and stop there. And I want to give you some additional advice. Please ask government for scholarships. Is Tooro? Not every Tooro is going to benefit from that university. It is to your advantage that you say want to send 15 doctors, 15 agricultural, 15 engineers, either here in Uganda or across the globe. So while the investors come, don't forget scholarships. Those will give you leverage. Then you can train and educate Tooro. The ones you will need in the next decade and for the centuries to come. Economic policy dilemmas. Let's go to the next slide. We have challenges as economists, and I sit in government meetings. Even when I don't sit, I make briefs that go into government meetings. I am very happy one of my briefs found its way into cabinet, and they have made a fundamental change out of that brief. I won't tell you what and whatever it is. But you have increasing interest rates because government badly needs the money, and it can only borrow from the general public. But even your tour and travel promoters, your agricultural people badly need credit, and the cost is rising. Bank of Uganda is raising the interest rate to curb inflation. So what happens of a private investor? That's a dilemma challenge for policy. Revenues are falling for government, partly because of the slow growth, but also because the businesses are not doing well. And yet government needs to spend more. Social services, security, we are increasing salaries. So those are the challenges really that are going to affect you at your level as an individual, but also as a city, Tooro. Corruption. You see the big dent in our system. So we have those kinds of otagichumba, otagiocha, kyokakwende sangehi. Tividi yokun. Honorable Ptime will translate for our guest. Those are real challenges that we face, and we are facing them. So cost of borrowing, even for the banks, is going up. I sit on a board of a bank. We are mobilizing money at 12%. Now, I lend it to you at what rate? If as a bank I'm mobilizing money at 12%, I have my operational costs. I have losses of those of you who have not paid. We write off. We absorb those losses. So I must lend to you at 25% or at 19%. And you don't blame the bank and think I'm benefiting from you. It is the real economic situation. So what do we do to grow Fort Portal and to realize the opportunities that we have? And also I have an opportunity to lend to government. Last week, banks lent to government at 18%. So why should I lend to Honorable Butime, whom I don't know whether thieves won't steal his cows in the night, and is that risky? And he'll come to you and say, what? I thought I would pay you, but the thieves stole. And it's not his place. So I prefer government. Give me 18% for the next 20 years. This is the competition you have in this business. Now that slide is showing you how fast government has been borrowing from the banks. So you're competing with a monster. Because government is a monster. When it borrows 2 trillion, and we don't have to follow up, it knows how to follow up itself. Well, let's move to the next slide. That's another trend of how the exchange rate has been misbehaving. You can leave that one, but it will tell you what the dollar is giving us problems. The true cost of debt, next slide. It hasn't brought out a lot of things now. They will tell you debt of government is manageable, but I look at another challenge. The blue line is really telling you how much we are spending servicing the government debt. So if I have to buy drugs and invest in the Buhinga hospital, but I also have to pay my creditors, the rules of government and the law says creditors first. So today, 35% of the government budget is to meet creditors' needs. So when do I invest in your road? That's why you see your road is slowly limping on. I hope we finally finish it before where we are started and broken down. Because those things do happen. But pity government that's in a very, very crisis mode, globally and locally. These are the things you asked me to talk about, the global, the local, and eventually how they affect you as a person on the ground. So we can't do all the drugs, we can't pay all the people the way we should pay them, and also security is becoming a concern for us, both national and personal security. So at the end of the day, we are all dealing with very, very difficult moments, and we need to find ways of reducing the government borrowing. I'm about to finish. Next, please. So where are the opportunities as I end? There are many, but we need to act now. One of the biggest opportunities for Uganda, and Tooro is really a world in its own, is the natural. Nature always exists to save us through. It gives us the buffer to revive humanity, partly because nature is predictable. Those things are predictable. Partly we are the ones who have destabilized them. Nyamwamba once in a while rises and goes down. But by and large, Nyamwamba is not our problem. Ebola will pop up and go back if we do not disturb the monkeys where it stays comfortably. So part of it is our own challenge. We cannot blame Ebola. It has been there. But the moment you begin to encroach on the forests and the monkeys and baboons come to you, you have invited Ebola. So how do we manage these issues? The result will always be there, but we need to preserve it now, not tomorrow, not the other day. Human knowledge and skills are increasing for better, but we need to act now to boost the stock and rightful deployment. I've told you, please, the investor has come. It's not going to solve the graduate needs of this region. You still need to send your engineers, your computer specialists outside. Tooro University will catch up, but that will be 2030. By then, you will have lost it. How do we train our young people to go and work abroad? Working abroad, by the way, is not a problem. I hear problems. Sometimes some problems shout louder than others, and they attract government attention. 3, 5, 10 girls may get affected in the Middle East a year, and will make headlines. From the statistics, we are still losing 10 women trying to deliver per day. The others are dying per year. So is that the problem? No, the problem is the 10 women I'm losing in this country every day trying to deliver. So it's still fine to send the girls abroad and the boys abroad. Teach them Arabic, and the Arabic culture so that they can blend. That's all you need. They will survive. But they will bring us some good money. India this year is expected to get $100 billion out of remittances. So we can't find the jobs for these girls and they are growing and the boys, let them send them there, but also we can have some negotiations at diplomatic level and country level to protect them. But the problem is not said, no, they should not go, because we don't have options for them here. But they can also be useful to us. So our strategies, the opportunities are there, and we can pick them up. Next slide on action for areas. Strengthen household resilience. Can we make sure Tooro no Buharaija Kasambura Musana Gukaka, they still have alternative ways of survival? So resilience at household level. How can we reduce vulnerability? These are things the UN has really given us all the options. All we need is just pick them and adopt them. Support the bright but disadvantaged children, as I've said, but also remember education is still natural and massively in Uganda underfunded. We can't drop that conversation across everybody. Nkaijano St. Leo's in scavenging for good schools. I was in St. Leo's for only 2 days, they chased me away. I went and lost a year. He said, okay, but all I need is education, not a school. So I educated myself for A-level and scavenged around. You have people coaching you here, they will teach you the tough subject, you sit and read. I abandoned government systems. First of all, I couldn't afford. But also after Chiyogobe chasing me after 1 day, he said, okay, I think I am wrong. I'm a bad person. Let me go and learn. Here I am. Here I am. So can we create more opportunities for children to study in and outside the school systems? Because the school system at 2 million, 1 million is encumbering and limiting opportunities. And we can't easily resolve that. So all the children are still vulnerable. Protection of the region's environment is going to be critical. Issues of land use and land management. You have your title and somebody creates another title on that title. What is government doing? You have a wetland and somebody has a title in the wetland. So there are issues that really we need to act now. Second last slide is about infrastructure. It creates opportunities. Let's do the roads, let's do the bridges, let's do the water, let's do many other things. I hope this is not part of the arrangement. Usually they say the curtain has fallen, so I'm supposed to be winding up. I'm winding up in the next minute before the curtain goes down. I look at this, you have a city. Amazon, this was a good example for me. Amazon is a very rich man, but he wanted to extend another capital, another space in an American city. And he said, I want to invest in any city in America. Can cities bid? So cities came out, put out their best proposals, like Uganda does for investors. Amazon chose New York City for his next investment. Why? Because of the universities and research hubs there. Because Amazon is in knowledge economy, knowledge business. It is in IT. So if I'm to come and establish a tea factory in Fort Portal, a food processing factory in Fort Portal, I will be looking at the research and the university knowledge around. So you begin to see that your university is not just about teaching. You need to make sure it is a research university. Because some investor who wants to come and invest and process your cocoa will be wanting knowledgeable people to continue research in the cocoa species and help them. So knowledge and blending of the city is quite often very, very critical. There are factors that influence the growth of cities, and those are some of the things we're talking about. Where are your educational institutions? There is somebody who can't come to work in the Buhinga hospital because he has a 7-year-old child who is going to primary school. Where is a primary school to give him the confidence that he can keep his family here? So you have so many people working here, but their children are studying elsewhere because you don't have those facilities. So as we build a city, want to attract people, we need to get into this. Where are the apps? Can we have younger people develop apps for Tooro City? Booking in hotels, bed and breakfast. There are these BBs where your hotel, your bedroom, you can give it out twice. But where do I find that room? Where is the security? So there are a number of things that we really can take advantage of now that the city is already here. It's not going away. Let's tap into it. My next slide, my last one, let's go to the picture, the very, very last slide. This is Uganda's economy at a glance. The boys you see there, that is the real economy. That is where the people are. Selling pineapples on a tuk-tuk because they can't even find a space in the market. So they have to sell their pineapples on the road. Because the space in the market is either not available or very expensive. But there are also those who are very rich, as you see on the left, guys who are still putting up structures. The inequality is immense. If you don't blend those two pictures together, we have a social problem. We're going to have social development and economic development. That's where you are. Now the curtain can fall. Thank you very much.
We need to agree when we decide to give a hand clap. That is not satisfactory. Now that you have already listened to the man, let me tell you something about him. And tell you who he is. Because I did not want to bias you. I wanted you to listen to him and judge him on his words. Dr. Fred Muhumuza has spent some years advising the government of Uganda, was an advisor to the Minister for Finance, but before that, he told you, started one day here in Nyumao, then went and taught himself, I think 2 years, sat his A-levels, passed and went to Makerere. He did not leave Makerere. He stayed there and taught there for many years. He was teaching in the Faculty of Economics at Makerere University before government tapped him to advise it. Actually, advisor to the minister. During the days of Saida Bumba, he was an advisor. He's also done many consultancies with IMF, World Bank, UNDP, civil society actors, and many other people. Okumulire, Musaija Munyoro, Kruga Bunyoro, Mulisa, ente na bakisala nyenji. They stole his cows. Sorry about that. Dr. Muhumuza talked about many things, and the structure of this session is that the discussants do not necessarily discuss his paper, but make presentations. So Godba has a topic given to him to present to us as a discussant. Honorable Robohoro has a topic given to her to discuss, but blend it with what Dr. Muhumuza has given us. So what we're going to do is give Honorable Flavia Robohoro 10 minutes to present what she prepared, but also blend in what Dr. Muhumuza has said. Then we'll give another 10 minutes to Godba Tumshabe to make a similar presentation, and then we'll blend them together and have an open discussion with all of us participating. Fair enough? Okay? Thank you. Let me introduce Honorable Flavia Robohoro. She represents the people of Kyegegwa district. It's Kyaka County. Kyegegwa district in the 11th Parliament of Uganda. This is her second shot as an elected member of Parliament. In between, she served as chairperson of the board of Uganda Wildlife Education Center, UWEC. Passionate about the environment, passionate about conservation. May I now invite Okay, I've been advised. I was trying to create a blend because when you have too many men speaking, one after the other, it's unfair. Godba Tumshabe, I need you to speak first, and then Honorable Robohoro will speak after. Godba Tumshabe is a lawyer, an environmental activist. I have seen him on the teaching timetable of Makerere University Law School. I didn't have an opportunity to be taught by him yet.
But Godbert Mshave leads or heads as a co-director at the Great Lakes Institute for Strategic Studies, which is a regional research and thought-leading entity based in Kampala. Prior to that, he founded, served and grew the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment Accord, which is one of the major policy think tanks, especially in the area of environment. Godbert Mshave, I want you to read out your topic for us, present on it for 10 minutes, blend in what Dr. Mhumza said. Godbert comes from Muntungama, and since Tooro is a nation that speaks many languages, we are comfortable with you speaking Samur and Samur Nyankore and any other language you can speak in the Interlacustrine region. Please use the podium. I've been advised by the TV, because we have an online audience and we have live TV broadcast, that we move the podium to the center so that we can get some better light. So, if you're driving Mitsubishi number UAS 410H, you're blocking some people, kindly open the way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charles. Abantu batolo ni baramuchi. Nye mpako yange na atei. Mpako yange na atei, omchara wange ni mwiha bunyoro. So, nanye ndo mwomu nanye mweni mbura mwomu. Yeah, so I'm really very delighted to be here. All protocol observed, without any biases, and recognizing 4 people very briefly, because I think you have Tooro in the products, and that is Honorable Beatrice Chiraso, Reverend Father Kabura. Personally, these are people who inspire me because of their character, because of their professionalism and the work that they do. As a young person, I admired Beatrice being in Parliament, chairing the budget committee. It was an inspiration for me. Yeah? And then on this side, I have Alex Ruhunda, Sylvia Rwabogo. As I'm mtakafayo, you everything na something chaku for winge bya honorable nachi. So kunda unaja and Alex mtakaja unamzoga. Chaku for everything sadi nimbijenda humpora mnonga. But these Alex and Sylvia, for me, I consider them as fighters. Yeah, and there are not very many in this country. There are not many. So we fought together the removal of age limit from the constitution. Then I think eventually the people of Tooro punished Sylvia and got her out of Parliament. Yeah, but these are very important things, because when you see people who live certain values, who stand by certain principles, because one of the points I was asked to talk about is about leadership. Because this is Tooro. Tooro is a nation. Ankole is a nation. So I was asked to talk about positioning of Tooro in the national, regional, and global context. And so when you think about it in that way, and the questions I was asked, I started off by asking myself a number of questions. Naibuza, obugiga bwa Tooro ntumanya bwinganaki. Because omwihanga tunechitukweta GDP. Go Fred. Gross domestic product. The monetary value of all goods and services produced in a country. Tooro, ntumanya GDP yayo. Chairman Rwabuhinga. I stepped out. Na niza kufuza chairman district ya unoma GDP yayo. So, in other words, in a Tooro People's Conference, and I must congratulate you guys for having this wonderful idea. Because it is, and the senior citizens don't put them in. So Tooro, in this country right now, there are only 3 nationalities that know themselves as nationalities. So it is Tooro, Acholi, and Buganda. Only 3, I can tell you, because I got all these regions. So Ankole, you can't think, it's very difficult to find people in a meeting and they say we are from Ankole. This one is from Muntungamo, the other one Wirizi, the other one where basically you lose identity. You lose identity. Identity is very important. Sometimes politicians and what are sectarian, but I keep on arguing and say, there is nothing that stops me from being a Ugandan and a good Mutoro. There is nothing that stops me. So, in other words, nobody should give you the feeling that by being a Mutoro, you are not being a good Ugandan. Because being a Mutoro is an accident of life. None of you guys chose to be a Mutoro. None of us chose to be Ugandan. We would have found ourselves here. All the other things we can change, those 2 you will not change. So nobody should ever, make you feel like embarrassed that you are saying you are a Mutoro. So the Tooro GDP, the Tooro People's Conference must understand what is the wealth of Tooro. Because it is very easy to say the GDP of Uganda is 48 billion. Yeah. Kada ba Alex bija hano bare na babagambira zijya 48. Tubakubagambira zanyu. Because sometimes they don't bakuzimanya by the way. Yeah. Seriously. Echakabi. You know how our tax revenues have been increasing, eh? Right now our tax revenues, I think they are 24 trillion. About 22 trillion for this financial year. Nimba nimbuza abachairman ba LC5 noma ninkorana umunonga nimba buza iwe district yawe against 22 trillion etire zinga namzimanya. Do we know the taxes that are collected from Tooro? If you don't know, you will not negotiate with the government of Uganda. If you don't know your contribution to the national cake, there is no way you can negotiate with the government of Uganda. But first of all, how much did they collect here? Do you know? How much are you, each one of you are contributing? So those are the questions. And for you to think in terms of that national, regional, global context, you have to be thinking of what is our contribution? Because your contribution will determine what do you want to get out of there. What is the structure of... So Tooro basically, because sometimes we talk about these things in abstract, and I want to spend some few minutes and explain Tooro, because I do research on these things. So kunda waboaring na data musasire. So Tooro is one of the 15 regions of Uganda. At independence, we had 15 regions. Tooro is one of them. In fact, on primary, those of you who studied around my time, that is memorizing mutwe. We used to call them, Tooro, Fort Poto, Sebei, Kapchorwa, Acholi, Guru. So we knew the regions and the towns. Now, the top ultimate team have really been able to demobilize us completely. Yeah, they have not demobilized us. But it's also not their fault because they also have issues to deal with. The problem is that we have not been able to manage them. Yeah? So, you have 15 regions. Right now, Tooro has 7 districts. Oh, they have already increased. This is 2021 data. Okay, you guys are doing very well. So 10. this is 2021 that it was organizing. Tukubara, Sebeke in the district Shishat, it is the smallest. Buganda with 27, being the biggest. Actually with the many districts. Sebei now has 5. But those Sebei can just be one district. That place is too tiny. Yeah? It's too tiny. And by the way, I'm mentioning this data because I think that as a country, we have been diverted. Yeah? As a country, we've been diverted. We fear telling ourselves the truth. Then we fear also telling our friends the truth because we think it will hurt them. Yeah? It's very, very bad. Yeah? So someone, Fred has talked about here. So you'll come and start even reporting how Tooro has developed by having a certain number of police stations, a certain number of prisons, mayor's halls, mayor's offices. You know, it's so painful. It is very, very painful. For me, it spends a lot of time trying to understand these things. And then what Fred was telling you about the infrastructure, the economic and social development infrastructure that you need to transform a people. And then we are diverted, focusing on many of these things. I mean, Tooro region could be represented by some 5 men and 5 women in parliament and would be okay. Yeah? But now everybody, each one of us wants to be an MP. Each one of us wants to be a chairman, LC5. We are completely diverted. So there are a couple of things that you can look at, looking at Tooro. How many villages, how many parishes, how many constituencies. Right now, Alex, your PDM, it's a crisis. So you come with a policy that you are going to give money based on the number of parishes. What that means is that everybody is going to be splitting every piece of sub-county into many parishes to get more money. I mean, you ask yourself, but these policy people, how do they think? How do they process things? Yeah? So the things that you have created, instead of having the doctors, the teachers, the inspectors of schools, what you have are counselors. Yeah? You have, hundreds of counselors. They call themselves honorable. No, you get the point. Eh? It's very painful for you people. Yeah? You are there struggling with the health system, and what you have are counselors. Instead of having the guys who need to look after schools, you are having cows. Because you see, in these places, there is a time when we were doing research, and a Beam district for an entire financial year had collected only 3 million shillings in taxes for a financial year. A Beam district. And that one also needs a cow. So in other words, the district cannot pay even for anything. So I want to challenge you as Tooro People's Conference. And really, as I said, this is exciting for me, that you have elders of Tooro convening us to be able to talk about Tooro. Because other regions have lost elders, they are finished. They are finished. So you guys, you should consider yourselves lucky. You should. But these guys can convene you. Of course, if I had enough time, I would have started by quarreling. Because I have been telling every audience that I get, Africa, whether you have oil, whether you have gold, whether you have what, there is no way this continent will transform without respecting time. Never. I can tell you, time is money. Time is money. When you have a meeting that was supposed to start at 9, and it starts at 11, Every person has lost 2 hours. You multiply 2 hours by all these people. You've lost a number of days. You get? You have lost a number of days. So, Tooro People's Conference, let the conference be the transformation in terms of time. Because that's what we sell. People sell time. Me, other than the many things I do, I sell time. So my minute is my minute. You have to pay for it. Yeah? So if it was not for Beatrice, you would invite me here, I would say, how much money are you paying? You get? Because I have to save the time. So I want to challenge ourselves. In fact, all the groups that I lead, just as an example, I lead companies and organizations. So I have had to engineer a constitutional amendment, like these MPs there, to provide quorum as being any number of members present at the time appointed for the meeting, as long as they are more than one. That's the quorum. And my point is that there is no reason why we should come here. We are 10, and then we are waiting for the 100 to come. The 10 should start business, because we have to deal with the question of time. Oh, my time is up. But let me okay. Just if you give me 3 minutes, I will just conclude. Yeah. Because I wanted to just make 3 quick comments. One is that as you think about economic and social transformation, I want you to think about the nature of economies that exist. And Tooro should be positioned it should be positioned appropriately. We have a nature-based economy, which depends on the mercy of God. So if you have your tea and the drought comes and you don't have the technology, the tea goes. You have your coffee, it goes. So that's a nature-based economy. You have the services economy. So the tourism we are talking about is more in the services industry. And we're thinking, what are you selling? We have what we call the industrial economy, where you're moving towards manufacturing. And then what we call the knowledge-based economy. The knowledge-based economy is the advanced economy, the most, and the difference is that, is one, where does your wealth come from? And two, where are most of your people employed? So if your people are employed in the knowledge economy, that's where you are. In the knowledge economy, if you grow tea here in Tooro, you may need to sell about 10 tons of tea to be able to buy a smartphone. That's the difference, the value of the assets that you have. So, second last point that I want to make is to say that the regions that win the future, and I'm talking about regions here in terms of Uganda, in terms of the regional, in terms of the global. If Tooro is to win, because the problem of these regions that, Tom, you have failed to make us compete with each other. Me, I would want a country where Tooro is competing with Ankole, Ankole is competing with Acholi in terms of productivity, in terms of production, in terms of output, in terms of education quality. That's, competition creates value, inspires innovation. So in terms of the region, Tooro, you need to be able to think about investing in education. Because there is no country in this world that is going to play at the frontiers of the global economy without having the best educated people. And I like Fred's point. Can we train the doctors that we export everywhere? Can we train the lawyers? Can we train the engineers? So every time, look at the education they're offering. Not the general education, because it's okay for everybody to go to school. UNDP loves it because they will say 100% of the children have gone to school. Yeah? But in that whole 100%, you must be focused on where are you having an advantage. We can say the best. When I grew up, the best doctors, we used to call them medical assistants. They used to come from Tooro. We used to call them medical assistants. So, education. Number two, agriculture. I think that this country still has the transformation of our people has to be driven through agriculture. And I want to challenge Beatrice, I want to challenge the team here and UNDP. Because me, other than so many things I do and talking a lot, I talk a lot. So other than those things, I am a coffee farmer. Yeah, my company is called Tal Eco Farms. You can Google it. TalEcoFarms.com. And you guys, so I grew coffee in Ntungamo. I've gone growing coffee, and I have seen, first of all, I grew up from a coffee farming household, so I've done coffee as a peasant. Someone who's just, you put their trees, and you wait for harvesting. Now I'm doing it as a business, and you have to look after it. I have seen how simple it is to grow coffee. I still can't understand why this country cannot be the leading coffee producer in the world. On the problem, financing. You can't access financing. Then, of course, connected that, you can't access seedlings. Right now, I have over 10 acres ready for planting. I have failed to get seedlings because when the MPs solved the problem created by PDM, then UCDA distributed the seedlings to the politicians. So me who wants to go in the market and buy seedlings, I can't find them. Yeah? But essentially what I wanted to suggest, because Tooro is a coffee area, for intents and purposes, I want to suggest that we should have a partnership with the Tooro People's Conference, with my company, and we start thinking of, can we actually grow coffee? I have resisted the trading because the traders are ripping off our people. The middlemen are the ones who capture the value. So that's why I've said, I'm going to do a business that comes from the farm. When you go to that website, you will see what we call the TAL micro coffee farms. Even the farmers, even the individual households that have their land that is idle, because in Ntungamo you have someone, he has his 3, 4, 5 acres of land. They are idle. 1, because they don't have capital. 2, they don't know the agronomics. They are not in the business. So my company comes and we enter into a partnership. We establish the plantation and manage it together. Because mine is more than about getting money. It's also to make sure that family is putting something on the market. And that we can talk about it. Finally, is about leadership. In this world, there are 2 types of leaders. There is a type of leadership that is called transformative leadership. There is another category called transactional leadership. Transformative leaders work to transform their society. They even pay costs for doing what they do. They are driven by values, by principles. So in other words, Alex here can choose to transform for Poto, and he will push to do the right thing that needs to be done, knowing that 5 years from now I could lose an election because of what I am doing. But because he believes in the community that he leads, he will be insistent, he will remain focused, he will mobilize people to be able to do that. Transactional leaders do things because they expect something. Mpanku way. Mpanku way. So these guys, they come, they come, even the president, by the way, he comes and says, I have given you a city. But you see, cities are not just there. You are not God. You can't say, let there be a city and there is a city. You are not God. Yeah? The cities must have a standard. Yeah, so you normally, ordinarily, if we were a serious country, we would say these are standards for being a city. Then the other people for Tooro work to reach that standard, then we say you are a city. But this thing of like, Ntungamo is they call it a municipality. But this is like a trading center for sure. Those of you who have not been in Ntungamo, Ntungamo is a trading center for all intents and purposes. Then they say Ntungamo municipality, then the guy who leads is also called the mayor. Yeah? So you get it? So there is that leadership. So I think Tooro People's Conference has an opportunity with this kind of interaction to be able to nurture transformative leaders for this region. I think this is really an opportunity. You go in there, you insist and say our leaders from Tooro must be different from everybody else. And you can do it, and I want you to do it. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for listening to me.
I gave Godba 10 minutes. He used about 30. I let him speak on. Check your time. Thank you very much, Godba. The company he talks about, one of his micro suppliers of farmers is his mother. Yes. And they track her contribution to the farm, to the company from her farm. And her farm is a micro enterprise. He also leads another organization. I think we've discussed it on the platform of the TPC. Not his, but the idea. Where they collect money. They're putting money to create a big fund. The last I checked, I think they had about 800 million. And shares are 10,000 shillings? The Fortune 500. 10,000? No, the contribution per member. They are not running the money in a circle or merry-go-round. They are collecting it and pulling it, piling it somewhere to deploy it. So I think they are buying treasury bonds. Okay. The last they were investing in land and other things like that. It is something that TPC should pick on from. But Godba raises a number of issues that I think we need to chew over. Let's allow these contributions of Godba and Dr. Muhumuza to sink in for now. Let me ask and invite Honorable Flavia Robhoro. I have already introduced her to give us a kind of way forward from the presentations, the keynote presentation and the discussion by Godba and her own ideas and thoughts. Then we'll open this up for a discussion. We'll do a short tea break, but I request you to pick your tea, come back so that we can continue discussing, and then we listen to the resident representative of UNDP. Honorable Flavia Robhoro, come and speak to us. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Charles. Good afternoon, all of you colleagues, Tooro People's Conference members. Allow me to just use the 10 minutes the way I can. I want to thank Dr. Muhumuza for the presentation. It was so deep. It was giving a national character. And I want to thank Godba because I always listen to him. But for me, I want to discuss Tooro and not necessarily the other national character, because we must first identify ourselves as Tooro. And I have 5 areas that I will critically discuss. The very first one is the family governance. Family governance has a very, very great bearing on the development of Tooro. We are talking about social development. If we have to achieve economic development, we can only begin with social development. One of the key resources for all of us here is our families. And the prime concern of family is wealth and the welfare of that family. I want us to look at the Indian model of family. The Indians have kept their intact because of the family model. And for us, like everyone said, here in Uganda, the family has been detached into women council, into fathers, into youth, into children. And so even when we are in the family, we are living like the big brother family. You remember the big brother? People only stayed together, but they were not family. So that is what the families are now. Everyone thinks on their own. The household head is just a head of his own. The woman in the house is doing her things. The children are doing their things. But at the end of the day, they sleep in the same house. We want to reconstruct family. We need to reconstruct family. And I think if we have to reconstruct family, we need to look at the advantages of family. Cohesion, inclusion, wealth protection, sustainability. You see, when in my district I have some cattle keepers, sometimes I come in public from Kampala to Chegegwa sometimes, and I come with these Bahima. But when you come at night, the Muhima will be crying from Kampala up to when we reach Chegegwa. Mawe ente zange zarara na amata. Mawe ente zange zarara na amata. Hati ohinduka omuroro mukaguza. Ente zawe zarara na amata. Omuka yawe busayo bantu. Bitu habwokuba tayegeseza omukazi kukama, tayegeseza abaana kukama, hati ente nagenda azetwekere Kampala, nagaruka azetwekere kuruga Kampala. I tell them one thing. Obu kurwara ukajya hakitabu. Ente nzija kukamwa omutahi. Kandi omutahi tarukutaha mu rugo rwawe hataruha mukama w'orugo. Nahagweki mu rugo rwawe nija kujyamu na mukazi wawe. Akwanwe mukama w'ente. Nija kukamente mirundi ebiri okwa kasatu nakama omukazi. And that is not sustainability. Noija kurwara nofa kubi habwokuba omukazi already omusigira aswiru. Buli obari kugenda mu rugo kama iwol hakitabu. Omuswija kulukubi manyeki ndwarake. And if we have to talk about sustainability, let us come back to the family. 2, our education system. The boarding school syndrome has deprived us of parenting. It has deprived us of family. The children are required in boarding at 3 years, up to 25 years when they complete university. And they are so detached from the families that even when they come for holidays, noburu kuyihura na ihahe byokulya bye nagaruka mu kisiika kya kitabu. They have a bed kind of syndrome. They are bed oriented. Nobuha kuyija omugenyi omwisiki omukuru akamurora mu irembo natuma abaana genda mugambire mama taru. Takwetegereza n'abanywani beka, takwetegereza neka, uwe nawe mugenyi mukayi. We have started getting abana arukumara secondary school 6 atasobora nokotora obura akabumara mwensana. And then the next day you are giving her away to some man, to someone's son. So the family bears a lot on our development because it ties us, it protects this wealth, it supports everybody, and it promotes inclusion. Kakuba tubeire tugarukire her family, we wouldn't be registering all these gender-based violence because the inclusivity in family would be intact. Nurturing and parenting has become the greatest problem now. Ekyo mukisa murungi abantu ba Uganda bona bagimu ku Ruganda rwa nyine nkurunyo bagimu mahana kuzara myaka mwenda nazari 10 11 nazari nibazara anytime they want, but parenting is the problem now. They are littering the country with children, littering literally. They are not ready to parent. Naenda bamwete mami, bamwete daddy when he is not a parent. So for as long as we are not going to parent, we should not expect na binu byone biturukutekereza kukora as development programs. We shall have died from the beginning. We need to parent and nurture, reconstruct resilience. Kimuhansonge zirukutwara abana aheru akahiru akanyokoro is because they are not patient. Resilience ito itwagiraga ngomukano baraba hataliye byokulya toru kugenda kulega mu mutahe. That resilience baitu omwana munju ekire kyarukora aranzara nyenje ha polisi narangira ensi yona nkokuba wabarire nzara nabwe kensi emukonyere. What kind of families are we? Kandi nibagamba family amaka kahuru katembera hariki iyo urasangira kahuru katembera urunyanya urasangira rutembera wa kahuru no buhuru bugeze burumanyire ngo turwine mani nibutembe emiti nyakwina mani eka yawe ratembera waho hakunutine mani no mukusoma nyo hatwakulire bulika eka bemanyirwe economic activity yayi abakuri mu mwani abalukuri mapamba abalimaga kino abakoraga kino amaka gakabanigamanywa n'abana bago bakabamanyire business yeke. The Indian model sazinu nturora the mukwanos, we should be seeing the mukwanos 7th asangira umurimo guri munju hata hano Tooro nhoro kusanga umwana na rugo wabo ukamwitirana mu muhanda ukamukagusa uwanyo kwa mahuri gacyari aka genda mama nuwakugambira ugarabagari cyonka kwasira ubupapura nagenda kuserera umurimo kandi umurimo asigere ni gukora mukamwanya ayakubaire marketa wa mahuri hati nakugambira ngukaguza mama nuwarukumanya ugaragari yo tinkubyetegereza kurungi. There is no more family, and the family department in the Ministry of Gender has died. Egyo tekyaro itwena tukambira abantu mu business. But for as long as our families are shaky, titurukugenda kusobora kutwara mu maiso abana baitu twakubaire ntubakonyera to make common choices, kukora choices esemerire, kukora amasomo agarukwiza kusagika kiki muke kiturukora kandi nyonka sasa atenya balizeho ka parish development model. New parish development model nambere yizire I thought ngo tukaba twagarukayo hamatwale mbere uyitwale yitaga muka uyitwale ya handlingaga household pa household agitegereza agikonyera as a household baitu bine bya jumura blankets tibirukwiza kutukonyera atenye nakati obukiraba parish development model netugarayo hamatwale. Let's go back there and we tackle household per household. I thought it was going to be a household model. But for as long as we are going to be blanket, I think the parish development model will have a lot of issues with us. For the family, I can speak the whole day. Habokuwa mukimanyire ngo mu families zaitu kabatwine na conflict management systems. Iwo gizire ekyaro barukweta mu ihani kikaruku ihane habwaki. Habokuba no bahaniraga abakazi. Anya kutwire kitambi cyo musaita mu bukuru. Nibamugamba genda mu ihani ekitambi cyo musaita kitwire musaka. Mu bukuru ukisizo bukuru. Hati abahati tubakietegerize mu ikale. Bakutwara mu ihani ebiro byawe nibyebi ugarukoterekerire utandika amakabya n'abasayize bakaba bayini ihani ryabo omukazi wa muyisomwaga watamira muno bamuhana agaruka ayija mukaye atandika byaka inkura nigenda mu hati tukajya food and nutrition district yange mu myaka 2 ya covid ekatunga abana bali hasi emyaka 18 batwekerwe omutwaro gumu nekicweka abo no baba twakomakomera bagenzire mu marwaro naki n'abamasomero batugambira batwekirwe mu isomero abana abo ndengereho muno kubengejinga 2 bya kasatu bakatwekerwa hakurya hanzara enzara ekindazi ekikomando ebi nibyo byatwekeseza abana habokuba amakatigari mbyokuri. UBOS recent results statistics as the Turkize on the household survey batugambire ngo the labor productivity index in Uganda is at 31%. Twina abantu abasemerire gukora bait productivity takozereki abantu bali inzara ba westerners batusisire bagamba ngo umuntu wali kurungi is the one who lives on $2 a day. Is it 2 now? Eat ito tukatandikire kulya dola. Nitulye ebyokulya nuko tukole dola. So we don't want to be swayed with dollars. We can only eat and then make the dollars, but we can't eat dollars. And that is the reason habwaki amakahati nigatunde emisiri mu kikaro ky'ebyokulya. Nuko ikale na dola nka habokwa nurwo rulengo orwatuteyireho. You must have dollars for you to graduate into the rich class. Nkagira omwana isomero lyange, one of the schools in my district. Nindambura kuboha kw'ebyokulya. Baba bakaguza mulete box zanya abayelese ebyokulya muimuke box bayimuke box. Nagamba bituho mu box ali muki. Babohere bihoro babohereke. Nkasanga omwana wa primary 4 myaka 11 mu kikaro ky'ebyokulya mu box ye halimu ekicweka kitafali. Uwe tarukufaho kulya kuyaho natina kiboko z'obutabo. Kyonka nkagenda kuseruruzeeka yowabo ntamanya orugonjo rw'ebitooke rwona ise bakarumuha muloni. So nibayomerha kilemu ya kahunga nibarara bakalire kahoire hatu uwo mwana mu kikaro ky'okuterwa kandi kunagonza kusoma itafaliri yasigaga aliserekere mu kitete nyenkyakara ali hayo alitwara yoleka boxi agaruka nalyo alinde mbere. Of course, it nkaba members of parliament of Turkwijahano, we come for a legislative agenda. The Food and Drug Policy Act of 1964 is obsolete. Techa addressing and songa zebyokuli hate ziturumu na climate change na buli kimu kyona. The Ministry of Health egumire nelita with some food policy since 1994. The Office of the Prime Minister, food policy, food and nutrition policy for the last 7 years. Hati abantu, they don't respect food. Abantu kulya tukyaroho. Abantu buli muntu nalyo buntuntu. Even the people who sit behind the desks. Nibalyo fruits, nibeburanganiza, nibefora ngo mbakora bode, manyambagira bata nibabihanjara. And so the productivity becomes compromised. Na habweki sahazinu haturukubaliza Kiswahili has been made compulsory for the lower secondary schools and not agriculture. Is agriculture still our backbone? Why wouldn't we make it compulsory? Where are the gardens at the schools? Abana bomukiki katwalima gatusiga emisiri hamaramizo. Amaramizo gachaine emisiri ekyaro habokuba ntusomesa abaana babagayiga omugigi bazaire babagambira abaitu tubakulimu amasomero mu kiragiro. The Education Act 2008 does not allow any school, private or public, to be licensed unless they have a minimum of 3 acres of land. Kandi agatukusanga mu nkubo nigalimanka. So those compromises nizo tukusekwa kwa addressing. Nuko turole ngo Tooro twageha ebyokulya. We have been the food basket, this region, kurugaira tindukumanya habwaki. By the way, haturukubaliza, Kenya government has failed to even achieve its quota of the export of matoke. Balemewe babi exporting it byahwa quota basigara batagikozereki batagiachieving it. But we are a matoke basket. How are we networking? How are we doing strategic partnerships? Nuko tubakonyere tubahebtoke basobole ku exporting. Ikyakasatu is our culture, of course. You know our culture is so rich. Heritage and language. The dress, the language, our monuments, our museums, sanctuaries, archives, historical sites, and totems. Obunkabanchal chairperson wa Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry, nkagenda na committee yange China. Aba China batugambira, for us, our tourism product now, Eiturukugonzi, is not sightseeing. We have seen these animals. Ntukonza storytelling ntugoza twite twikare ha Kyoto omusaija atusoborre abakazi musanju omusaija abaswerata kandi abamaniginga mulingoki they want those stories abana makumyana omuntu n'abazarata n'abalisaki n'abayihamwata they want those stories. That is their tourism product. Esayi Kile Tooro People's Conference kutunga a Kyoto for intellectuals, for academia, for what? About our stories. No mlingo tukora mu ebyeitu. So we are very rich in culture, tingwenda kubaza bingi muno, kandi our tourism potential egiyo eri unlimited. Very unlimited in souvenirs, in culture, in food, in language, in dress, in storytelling, like I said, in hospitality. Tuli bantu ba makunde mun. Beitu kuyaho Ministry of Tourism atenye nitugonza eturuke the hospitality policy. Akwa tutandikire kutunga homestays hano Fort Portal. And the homestays need to create security for the clients. Akwa muntu agenda kurara mu nzu yo na mbere government yetarukwija kulinda is insecure for them. We need a policy on hospitality and including homestays as part of the hospitality sector. We can even use Obutugenda Rwanda. There is no meeting, there is no conference, there is no event that happens otabandize kugenda mu mitumbi yabo kuli abafiri. That is their product. Busa hagenda yatagenzire kurambura abafiri mu genocide. Neitwe, can we introduce a meetings, conferences and events product? Ngubuli rukurato rukuba hano rukoto nkarunu Tooro People's Conference. Hati nyenkia kara basi zabanzemera hano, abarukujya mu mabere ni bagenda, abarukugenda Semiriki ni bagenda, abarukugenda oku ni bagenda, nitugaruka nturesuminga saa 5 turugire mu kurambura itu itwenka the domestic attire tutakabayire n'okweta abahe. Let us consume it. We can do that. 5 ni malira niyo point yange yo kumalira, repurpose our education. To repurpose our education. Titukusemera kurolera the formal education yonka. The informal community education in health, community education on nutrition, community education on sanitation, preschool, homeschool, skill set, tool set, mindset. Let us invest there. Nuko mwana agende mu isomero diri reformo agenda akozereki amazirira kuhama ali ready taking on this other formal education. Of course, Godba talked about inventory and database. We need a database. Abana baitsa zinu nka Tooro People's Conference baiga abakujya kwikara P7 next year. Rundi tuikalize bainga akali P7 guno mwaka. Tuikalize bainga senior 4. Tuikalize bainga senior 6. Tuturukize bainga mu graduations. Zone zezurukura. We can even program a central graduation party for all the students of Tooro. Nuko tujunira abazaire kuturukia sente mu graduations. Do you know the budgets of graduations? Even before someone has a job, budget milioni makumi. We can do a central graduation where the graduates simply contribute kantu pateito kati, bayite tubakore kinyumyo keki yabe eriemu, tugisale bamale bamanyangane, muntu uwo muntu so kuyihamwa amaka. Hai. Otarigambira omwiru nko kwembuze gulente. We can now have a common voice to lobby for scholarships, for bursaries, for placements, for everywhere. The database is very important. We can strengthen the Tooro Students Association. We can also strengthen the other district students associations. But, good babalize hekinsi yogenda maisa, I think na Dr. Muhumuza. What is the business case for the externalization of our labor? Muntuki anyakozire that research erukutoleka ngo muihanga mundu mazimako tali mu mirimo. Egi research inoa. Who has that one? If we are not on the bandwagoning, naitwe technical nabali nibagamba usaho emirimu ekabula. Yesterday I was called by some young person. Yagamba honorable nisabo nyambi. Nkakoragana n'ekitongole kuntwara aheru. Bansaba sente nagenda mu banka nayihora miliyoni 4. Hati tibantwire. Hati banka endikubi mpaire yenzu yange. Namukaguza miliyoni 4 tizikora business hano mu Uganda. Tizikugikora. Ekagaruka business ege kasasura loan yayo. Hati nayenda mukonyere nsere ekitongole kya mugambire ku mutwara tikya mutwara. It is all in vain. Ningoza that research, actuarial studies, titwine ko mirimo munsi muno termuko. Kandi mu makoko mirimo imukora omuzaire nakora hastoha nasubura ebirime ebyomere cyunka natunga omuntu arabe mu rubaseza ku bitunda rundi no kubisera kandi kuno mutabani asomere marketing kandi kuno muhara asomera accounting ayakubaire n'abaccommodated hano mu business yomuka. Let us find the jobs at home. Nuko twejune these things ebyogamba nguntufa. If we have to externalize, we need a concrete policy to externalize certified and professionals, not domestic workers. Malirire ningamba ntusemera kora regional integration. Region 8 tugetegereza what is our unique selling proposition. Itwe nk'abantu ba Tooro nitugenda kumanywaho kintu ki ekituli good at. Nukubarekeraho kutusekereza ngwito batumanyire ikintu kimu ngo abatooro kubo bikarambagamba ngo umuseyiza atakoraki mbuta yangu. Is that our unique product? Can we develop that? Reconstruct our resilience, bridge information gaps. Let us synergize and rewire our systems. Collectiveness. Let us harness community financing and philanthropy. Abantu ba Tooro bali generous. We can harness philanthropy and use it for development. Nyona akugondeze, we even invest in a Tooro People's Plaza, one-stop center. Hati Christmas take nyombe ningoza ndolo omuntu anyakuine eduka asibire bigega byensano n'emikubi habwa abagara mbabikura mbabitwara kulya mu obatege n'ebigega okisibire emikubi hatuwagule bugura twale muka ali akara bali Christmas.
Thank you.
Abanyankole nibatunda kitama ningirora mu nutrition school of nutrition makere esabu nito tutandike kule ebintu bikusa firinda gibatondore kitemuduka ebitoke bibahatire bitemu fridge abagara baroho nibaija kwija nibabigura natwara muka kuchumba ko okolezo sen. Let us strengthen our education institutions. Let us aggressively and jealously protect our environment. Let us invest in research and development for rural transformation. Ni Saba Tooro People's Conference developing a research desk serious erikuija kuikara netuha information enye kuli utilizable enye kuli quality tukusobola kurelyingaho nuko tusobole kupursuinga all those development agendas. Lastly, I want to tell you, itwe nkaba members of parliament when Saba Tooro People's Conference, at the end of your notes is murukutwara kurwa mbintu byone bitukubaza. Can you create for us a legislative agenda? If Fort Portal is now a city, are we still going to rely on the KCCA Act? Is it not time for us to have a National Cities Act so that Tooro Tourism City is regulated? Is it not time for now for us to have a Food and Nutrition Act or a policy, hospitality policy, and all those motions? Let Tooro People's Conference develop for us motions, petitions, questions to the Prime Minister, issues papers, and work on the post-legislative scrutiny. Nukoturole which areas we can improve so that Tooro remains the same, a unity of purpose. I thank you.
Can we give another round of applause? Aboli barale bamweta Flavia abahenda rwabhoro kandi abalizo ruhenda ruwingi muno twagenda muihani twarugayo Evitam via Kotokur. No mi camero to Ashkayo, to Akama. Thank you very much. I have not been a good manager of time so far, but the discussion and the learning is interesting. So we have to make some compromises to accommodate part of that. I see one string running through Abantu Bakuru. Honorable Flavio Wabhoro put emphasis on the family. Godba Tumshave put emphasis on the region and said we should compete against each other. And Dr. Fred Muhumuza asked us, are we just building a bridge? Are we just building a university and celebrating that? Or we have something unique about it? We can put a string together in the discussions. I also know that we have diabetic people, we have people who are hungry, and we've been having tea waiting for us for the last 2 hours. We haven't drunk it. But lunch is also ready. Yes, it's 1 o'clock. Now, I need us to agree, because we have an important session, and Your Excellency, Atafua, we ask for your pardon, because I know your time is important and you're checking all the time to make sure that you reach here on time, deliver, and then be able to move on. We'll try to squeeze the time. So may I suggest that we could pick some tea. I am going to feature only 3 comments or questions from the audience to the panel here, including the keynote presenter. We take that short break, then we have the presentation from the UNDP President's representative. I know there are many questions in the audience, but we have 2 days of discussions. We need to manage time. Can we agree on how we do the tea? If I release all of you to do the tea, we will not have it for less than an hour. That's a fact. So I'm going to suggest that if you feel very, very badly, you go pick your cup of tea, come back in. But otherwise, the people at the extreme end can pick their tea, come back in so that they all retain some people. Is that acceptable? Well, if you don't accept, I will dictate. I have the microphone. Can I take a few questions or comments? Please, Otasima Muntu Wena, don't do a full introduction, tell us your name and possibly where you come from, and ask a question or make a comment. Don't make another presentation from the audience. I beg you. Mr. Mwangushia, Marjorie, Honorable, Enyumaho.
I'm always pregnant with ideas, but today I will talk just the shortest time. Mbazorotoro Rujum. Kambazorotoro. Anyowe na kugoreza kugamba ebintu bingi. Baitu hari ekintu kimwe kisingire byona bibiri. Kimwe ky'okubanza family institution. Rundi buli abantu ba Tooro obuturagera respect of family institution busaite kujja kukora. Ninsima honorable ekintu kyabalizeke. Hakuba ekimaziro Tooro abantu bakutaho bagenzi babe kitinisa omuzairo bwakufa ebintu mbabutwara. Nyonyenka nyina nyakala mugayiga muno obuyafuire na hati obundi mbatara kubantara mugezi. Propate bakanyaga buri kimbatwa chonga nkisangwa mugezi. Ekyakabiri hati Tooro family institution sabe Tooro n'abagurisi abakutabura tugende twegesa makagayi tubekimu. Ekyakabiri education. Mugambera hoga education. I remember nkabaza hano kakuba akabatara honorable Kerasto tubakunyikiriza. Niyo nambere nkuruga busoka. They have challenged us. My aunt, Senkatinyowe, formed what we call the Soka Education Initiative. Nyimpunira, nkaboma ba member na Dr. Father Kabura na Mwensenyere Maziyombo, ntutandika Tooro Education Fund. But Tooro tekusagika fund yet. The Soka as we talk,
Your point is made. Thank you very much.
No, lakange malirize ejja kubayamba. Ekinkubasaba busoga nkubakola buli muntu weena n'atamusente institutions abantu babulikiro and every year they contribute no less than 2 billion. Nimbasaba mwana mulobing institutionalize the fund, not at individual level. Mwana mwenda munkaguze, I will link you up with my aunt Agnes Kadama Kalibala. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mwangusha tujakevera mchiketo oku contribution no hot and kiro. Yes, please. No. Please.
Thank you so much. Honorable Kik Majori Kansime, Director of SITA Uganda, that is Community Initiative for Transformative Action. My comment is we need to have a purposeful voice, a common voice as Tooro, if we are to push our development agenda. And I would ask the elders and people who are in this conference, we should be ambassadors so as we can go and disseminate this information to the public outside there. Abakuba abantu mbabyetaaga kumalira hanu tukalya tukagenda, then we call it a day. Twinagenda tukagambira abantu bakabyetegereza and we make action plans. Thank you so much.
The gentleman behind there. Mkone baile mukirenge manyere. Atienda kale jamwe mpiaka.
Thank you so much. My name is Elias. My concern is that ecosystem. Development ecosystems are innovation places that gather global players, startups, corporates, and investors. My question is Tooro People's Conference interested in establishing these centers to attract UNDP funding? What I'm talking about is, what are the youth involvements in innovation so that we attract alternative funding? I would ask, how much does UNDP or UN or global funding into this land? A few days ago, I was looking for an innovator to help me win $500,000 US to begin an eco museum for children near Equator Lake because kids can have an opportunity. Co-thinker. The guy who is interested is in Kampala. 2, do we have a center for a local entrepreneur interested in whereby people are reading relevant content? I was interested to see in the Dubai Expo who is marketing Rwenzori. A young man is from Kampala and Barara holding a placard in Dubai marketing our lakes here. That's unacceptable. Good to see our young people, the thinkers of this land, involved in ecosystem development. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing comments. I haven't had a question. I'll have a crisis because I have more hands than I promised to give. I promised 3. We are out of the 3. Let me not be unfair. I have heard from this side. Let me move to this side. Kana mseja mkuru wa jira kasapeho inyuma. Ninksaba, align your comments to the discussions and the presentations here, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwangusha. My name is Chelsea Turuhan. The District General Secretary for Tooro Muslim District. Well, my concern is about our education system. Our education system does not really match our needs as a country. So I want to beg the Tooro People's Conference to formulate an education system that will match what we really want here. Let me take an example.
What do we want?
Let me take an example. For example, I'm putting on garments here. I'm putting on shoes. When I checked my shoe, made in Italy. When I checked my coat, made in China. But what is it made of? Cotton. Grown where? Kasese. Where? Uganda. When I checked my shoe, made in Italy, Italy do not have the leather that we need. They import the leather from Uganda. I have a sister of mine working in one of these laborers we export. She's working for a woman whose job is to put buttons on a shirt where the cotton is bought from Uganda. So can we have that education system where we make what we want as a country, not what we don't want?
Thank you. Your point is made. There's a gentleman here and the gentleman there, and then I'll come to you. Mr. Baguma, I have seen you. Aliowali Nyuma, please.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone here. My name is Maureen Chris. I'm coming from Chenjojo District, Kasina, and I'm a student from UT6 Chwamba, doing a diploma in civil engineering. My question is to Honorable Flavia Kavahenda Wavor. How are we going to change the mindset of young generation in the Tooro sub-region? Because as we stand here, if you can see in the most hospitals in Kawarole, okay, talk about the Tooro sub-region. Most people working there are not from here. What we may do, we may start mindset change through organizing seminars.
Thank you. You asked a question and you're answering it, okay, which is good. That's okay.
Another one is...
No. Can we have only one, because time is not really our best ally. But you're going to advise us on how we can do the mindset change among your generation. Can I have the lady there? That lady, I haven't had ladies.
Thank you very much. My name is Harriet Kajobe Rwakabina.
No, so no kokuza murto. Commenting on murto.
Kalisero.
Chikaguze murujumbi, it's okay.
I thank the presenters, and I came in when Honorable was presenting, and I was very, very interested in the topic of family governance. She brought out the causes that have really separated the families. And I'm wondering, what are the real action points? For example, you talked about the boarding education syndrome, and indeed it has separated families. What is the way forward about that?
Thank you. Thank you. Hands will keep coming up. I will not be able to pick all of them. So please forgive me. Bring the microphone to Ala here. Forgive me. Honorable Kayondo, I have seen you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today, what we have in plenty and everywhere is information and knowledge. We can access it everywhere. But the challenge that we have failed to translate that knowledge into a practical product. And that has caused troubles. There are so many people who have been skilled in schools, but they are loitering everywhere. There are so many people who have grown gray hair like me, but they cannot manage their homes. I have talked with the Father Pascal several times that the biggest challenge here is leadership forum, where people can come and talk about leadership. He has been promising that he's looking forward to have the Leadership Institute maybe attached to one of our local universities to make a difference. And lastly, we hear people talk about business, but we don't see someone come here or come in Fort Portal and set a forum where you can remodel or model that business. They are telling us we're making billions of money, we're making this one, and making this one, but they don't tell us how they're faring. Some of them have been wasting resources, getting 100 million, spending 1 billion. And then they come and tell us that they are doing business. So we need a business mindset that if we are working, we must be able to model what we are working where we are staying. So that when you speak to me that you are a good family head, I can look at your family.
Thank you.
Than referring me to other families which are very far from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I learned one thing from his comment. Next TPC, we do breakout sessions. A breakout session to discuss leadership, a breakout session to discuss business, a breakout session to discuss education and investment, hopefully. I'm afraid I can't afford more time. We'll be here for the whole day. We have 2 days to go. I'm going to give the presenters 1 minute each to say something in summary to close this out. I have questions I could have asked. Dr. Muhumuza, let me frame it in form of a question. You've made the presentation, you've listened to the discussants, you've listened to the comments coming from the audience. What is our way out as a people, from your perspective?
The challenge for us as a people is we have already begun the journey. We need more conversations, as I've said, not just breakaway sessions, but how do we continue with these conversations throughout the year to raise the issues that require concrete answers and resolve them. Here we have just touched on issues. How do we continuously raise money to educate children? It is possible to raise money to do investments, business investments. But the business of educating children is a continuous business. How do we sustain that? Honorable has talked about the children who have sat P7. How many didn't sit? Do we know why? Can we resolve that so that they all now sit? Thank you, the media, you raised the case of the children in Nikiba. Those children will not have sat their P7 because of the leadership of the school institutions. Now there are so many children failing to sit P7 today. We must resolve that so that we don't get back in. So a continuous conversation for me is going to be critical because these issues require continuous conversations. How do we raise legislative issues and follow them up? So those are some of the issues we need.
Is there a stop point in your view for these continuous conversations? We've been running TPC for the last 7 years.
Yes, and that's the point, because if TPC is annual and you don't continue conversing what you picked up, because now the children have sat P7 and senior 4, are they going to transition?
Thank you.
Do we wait for TPC next year to discover they didn't transition? So, but let's make sure they transition to senior 1, they transition to senior 4, they transition to technical colleges. That is the continuous conversation, not just annual
microphone to Godba.
Events.
Thank you. Godba, from where you sit, you raised some critical issues about what we need, what we can do, but you put in a blend of politics. The reality is we're creating parishes to benefit from the PDM. We created districts, we benefited from a few more jobs. How do you blend the needs of a community like Tooro today with the reality context of the country and real politics?
Transformation comes out of long-term strategic outlook. That even when you have the present needs, you have to be dealing with them as you look at what is your long-term strategy. So if you ask me, at the end of this conference, I would like to see about 4 things. One is how do we get out of here and we have agreed on a process that produces transformative leaders at every level, including the family that Honorable talked about. How do we do that? So we would come out of here knowing that from now we're going to do the following things. Number 2 is what are the ideas that are going to make money? Well, again, one of my frustrations is that Africans fear talking about money. Yeah, so when Africans are looking for money, they say we are looking for capacity building or we are looking for resources. So I would, out of here, if your rapporteurs are doing a good job, you would leave out of here with ideas that can be funded, that look for money. Because money follows ideas. So number 3, I would be looking for where is the money coming from. One of the challenges that we face as a people is that every time we think about money, we think about the government of Uganda. Government of Uganda is broke. Honorable, you know it. So we should get out of here thinking what are the alternative options for getting money to do the things we are doing. And number 4, we would have a clear accountability mechanism of what we have discussed and agreed here. When we come next conference 2023, who is reporting to us of what has been done and what has not been done and why?
One small question for you. Is there some money around this hall and around this area? Or must we spend the night writing proposals to donors and begging government for money? Can we find some money from amongst us?
Oh no, that's what I was saying. Because me, I've already given you an option that depending on how we move, I would want to figure out how we come here and grow coffee. Because that's money. Coffee is money. Yeah, coffee is money. I have learned even the scientists normally they don't tell you the practice because they tell you that some of the varieties we are growing they take 18 months to flower. I did coffee last year that has flowered in 1 year. So in other words, in a space of 1 to 2 years, you should begin to have, you should be able to begin to make money. But secondly, Charles has told you about this idea that I've been more or less like shepherding, called the Fortune 500 Club. Beatrice is a member, is a member of the club. This is, man, it's amazing what Ugandans can do with leadership. We call ourselves the bullet train to the billionaires club. And there are people who invest 10,000 shillings per month. I am just thinking of, if you think of Tooro region, do we know the population of Tooro region?
Yes, we do.
Do we know? We don't.
Do we?
So, in other words, what I'm saying, Charles, so this is one additional contribution I can make. If you want, if you have a team, I can come and share how we have built a club. We started in 2018. As of this morning, we were 898 members with 847 million in investment funds. And we are investing. And so I think that if just mobilizing 5,000 people from Tooro and raising little money, the money that doesn't pay in a person, we can be able to generate the capital that could finance some of the ideas. But that's
what I want to hear from you is with development, Tooro as a nation is fragmented. You talked about families. Who constitutes those families? Because a child during COVID got pregnant and had a baby, and pressure made them live together with the other child they had a child with, they become parents and they start a family. Is that a solid foundation? We have 10 districts that make up Tooro. How do you get those to think together? And then, lastly, how do we get the family to realize that the value begins from there? Thank you.
Ekintu ekikuru, I think from the question that came from the young person, we need to invest in mindset change and awareness. Can we create Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru? Habokuba hano tuli Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru. Nikyabato ningira batali bayingi. Rundi buli owo mukuru ahambirizi. Ntusobora kutunga neitu Isaazi. Erera rugwamu nkakiriye cyanaginda. Kwa turukwenda kieta kisakate. Isaazi Ly'Abantu. Abana ba senior 6 hata turukubaliza nibagenda kumura paka mu September next year. And that is how we lose them. Baitu kakuba tugiziri Isaazi hagati yabo bakabaha skills, bakabaha mindsets, bakabaha toolsets, bagenzira ha university when they are just transiting.
Thank you.
Kimwe ekya kabiri ebyokulya. Oluganda kulya olugenda enjala terudda. Obo abantu batarukulya ne bachweka chweka. Habokwa maka busayo byokulya buli muntu naseera ekyalaalya anywhere. Kyakoye kirungi tube n'ebyokulya omumaka. Haturukubaliza weitu 54% of the adults of Tooro were stunted in their childhood. 35% of the children below 5 years in Tooro are stunted. Stunted. Tooro is #1 on the list of the food and nutrition report.
Abagurumire turumuno.
Abagurumire nsokuba Tooro hano tubaza orujungu baitu tukaguruma obutwale tuli bato. 25% of the children below 5 are malnourished. We need to do something. Kandi nkasasa kurora Tooro number 1 list, then Karamoja number 2. I was so hurt. So we need to do something about it.
Thank you.
Habokuba food connects and it causes cohesion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you join me to give a big round of applause to my panelists? That sounds like scattered showers and thunderstorms. Award. Let's start from here. Let's give her a big round of applause. Mr. Godbert Mushabe, thank you very much. Give you a round of applause. And Dr. Fred Muhumuza, thank you so much for sharing with us. We'll queue over this. Nebanyole kangwa kachai mkiokulia. Yokuli. Tuikrenis. Should we take a break or listen to the race break? For how many minutes? Pardon? How many minutes? Let's make a bet. It is 1:32. It's 1:32. Can we pick a tea and come back in 15 minutes? I know it's impractical. We'll do what Godbert told us. Your Excellency, thank you. If I have 10 people in the room, I will proceed. Pardon? And also do lunch. Okay. Let me consult and then, but meanwhile we can take a break for 15 minutes.
We do have tea and lunch. So let's all go and clear the tea, then they put lunch on the tables. 15 minutes for lunch, for break tea. Hello everyone. No, we come back after 15 minutes. Welcome to this brief discussion about Tooro People's Conference.
I am expecting everybody back here at 1:50.
Hello everyone, welcome to this brief discussion about Tooro People's Conference 2022. First, I would like to address myself to the Tooro People's Conference, which is normally called TPC. It is an initiative driven by the elders of Tooro, or locally known as Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru Tooro, and it was adopted in the year 2016 in December, the first conference. That's when it was decided that this annual event takes place every year around the same time. The goal of this conference, TPC, is to galvanize a coalition of willing, like-minded people of Tooro, build them into unity across geographical locations, religions, tribes, professions, economic status, so that we can have a dialogue on the pressing issues facing the region and work out solutions on how best to address these issues. The vision of TPC, or Tooro People's Conference, is a united Tooro that is prosperous, environmentally sustainable, and culturally vibrant. In Tooro, this would be translated: Tooro eyobumu enyakukurakurayine erukulinda kurungi ebyobuhangwa kandi ekenyumereza omu ngeso n'emirwa y'abantu ba hano.
TPC, or Tooro People's Conference, has had quite a journey. As I've just mentioned, initiated in 2016. Thus far, Tooro People's Conference has held 6 highly successful and well-attended conferences. The first one, TPC 2016, then the second, TPC 2017, then TPC 2018, and TPC 2019, then TPC 2020, which was physical but mostly virtual because of the pandemic, and then TPC 2021, which was virtual and physical, all held in Fort Portal, the highlights of which we have published in our first publication of the Isaazi series number 1. Some of the discussions from these conferences have been extended to the local government leadership, and some of these local governments have integrated some of the suggestions made in building their own government sectors in order to influence policy and regional sector interventions. Now, the next TPC, which is this year, will take place on Thursday and Friday, 22nd and 23rd of December. The theme for this year's conference has been a build-up of the discussions we've had in the past, in these past 6 conferences. And the theme is economic and social development in the current times. Options for the Tooro region. This theme addresses the current times as they are. As you have seen, someone at one time said the economy was going like, and at another time he has come to tell us that the economies don't go like that. They have ups and downs. So this conference wants to examine the state of the economy in this country and how best this region can benefit from this kind of economy and how businesses can survive in these current times. Thus, the theme, economic and social development in the current times, options for the Tooro region. TPC 2022 will take a more pragmatic approach, very pragmatic actually, by concretely examining the current regional, national and global trends, and also attempt to apply them to our local and economic development needs. The discussions at this conference will focus on how to strengthen our region as an economic bloc by encouraging local governments to share their development plans, to take advantage of the Tooro development agenda, which was made by TPC, and to concretize the region's brand names such as Tourism City, Food Basket for the country, Ruenjura, the source of rain. How can these name brands be concretized? So TPC 2022, as I have said, will be very pragmatic. It will look at the current situation as is and how people can benefit from this situation. The past TPC discussions have benefited, like I've said, some local governments that utilized these ideas into their own development plans, plus also the national development plan, and see how they can localize these ideas and apply them for the development of this region. And when we talk of the Tooro region, we are looking at the districts surrounding Fort Portal Tourism City. We are looking at Kasese. We are looking at Bundubujo. We are looking at Ntoroko. We are looking at Kamwenge. We are looking at Kegego. We are looking at Kienjojo. And of course, looking at Kabarole. We all drink from the same source of water. All the water we drink comes from the Rwenzori King. There is a lot we share in terms of culture. Now we are talking of tourism. If we have to benefit from tourism, Fort Portal Tourism City cannot benefit from this industry without Kasese or Bundubujo or Kamwenge. So there is need to galvanize ourselves so that we people of this region, we call it the Tooro region, can work together and benefit from some of these brand names. Fort Portal Tourism City, it is a tourism city for Kamwenge, for Bundubujo, for Kasese, all of which benefit from that. The food basket of Uganda is indeed, Bundubujo contributes, Kamwenge contributes, Bunyangabu contributes. So the purpose of this conference really is to provide a space, to provide a platform where people can bring together the ideas. The good thing about this Tooro People's Conference is it's a non-discriminative character, where it brings all our tribes, call them tribes, which I don't usually like, call them different cultural groups in the region, bring them together, let them bring all the ideas, and also tap into our people who are from here, but they are living in Canada, they are living in South Africa, they are living in Europe, and they are living in the US. Some of them are living in Australia and Asia Pacific. So all these people, whenever we have conferences like this, through technology and Zoom, they all participate and they bring ideas. One of the difficulties we've had, especially with our leaders, our policy makers, is lack of exposure. And therefore, when we bring the whole world together, we are likely to get new ideas. We are likely to fill the gap of non-exposure of some of our people, some of our leaders. In this particular conference, we are going to call in speakers who will come and address us, but at the same time, we shall have plenaries where we shall even have business people come and talk to us how they are thriving in spite of these hard economic times. Like for example, you go to town, people are doing business. We are going to invite them, tell us, how are you managing this business? And how, if this economic situation continued like this in the world and in the region, how will you manage? Or how can you contribute to its changing, to its improvement? We are going to have members of parliament. We are going to have LOC 5 chairpersons. We are going to have mayors. We bring them together and we ask them, how best can we help you? How best can we as a region benefit from government plans? Like for example, now there is a parish development model. How are you implementing it? How can we help you mobilize the people so that they can fully participate and benefit in some of these programs? Or what changes can the policy makers, because we shall be having members of parliament in the conference, how best can the policy makers propose to government the changes that may be needed to make sure that this parish development model really works? Or what other alternatives? Like government is always rebranding these programs. Can we propose that after the parish development model, there is going to be another model? And this model will be homegrown. Can we grow a model that we can sell to government so that the next one, parish development model, will be a model? Of course, it will be sold by the president, but it will have an idea will be generated here. So Tooro People's Conference really is an opportunity to make people think, an opportunity to avail people space so that they can participate, they can engage. They can engage their leaders. The leaders can listen to them. You know, normally these politicians, the members of parliament and the chairpersons of LOC5, cows and all that, they are always talking to us. This is another opportunity to make them listen to us so that we can give them proposals, we can debate, and debate without fighting, or debate without who is the winner, who is the loser, like they do in parliament. There is not going to be any voting. It's going to be indeed a very nice opportunity. So I would encourage and invite our people, especially people in this region, to be part of this. This is a noble cause. Tooro People's Conference, non-discriminative on religion, non-discriminative on tribe, non-discriminative on color or religion or whatever, but it's an opportunity for all of us to contribute to the development of our region and to be able to sell the region to the country. We call ourselves a tourist region. How are we selling this to the people in Jinja? How are we selling this even to the people in Guru, people in Arua? So that the name for Potro Tourism City or Tooro region as a tourist destination becomes real. It benefits people here, and it also benefits the whole country, and we also contribute to the building of the nation through providing these ideas to our members of parliament and also to government. Of course, when we have whenever we have conferences like this, we know government is speaking. It's always there. Intelligence is speaking. The ministries are speaking. So we are talking through this conference. We are talking to people, but to ourselves, but also we are talking to our leaders. We are talking to government, but we are also talking to the world, because some of the donors who donate to the country, who donate to our NGOs will be there, and we shall be speaking to them what we best need. So in a way, the Tooro People's Conference is a noble opportunity for the people of Tooro, and I would encourage people who are able to attend, please attend on the 22nd and 23rd of December. Thank you so much for listening. Hello everyone, welcome to this brief discussion about Tooro People's Conference 2022. First, I would like to address myself to the Tooro People's Conference, which is normally called TPC. It is an initiative driven by the elders of Tooro, or locally known as Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru, and it was adopted in the year 2016 in December, the first conference. That's when it was decided that this annual event takes place every year around the same time. The goal of this conference, TPC, is to galvanize a coalition of willing, like-minded people of Tooro, build them into unity across geographical locations, religions, tribes, profession.
Nitwija kutunga obwingi bwobwire obwatole enferingo tuli mu rukurato muno obwakubaire nibukora ebintu ebiratuwombeka. Buli omu mberali oboraba otamazire mu cyayi yawe oteganya nosobora kurubata nayo okagaruka omu kisiika mbere turukuhanura. Our online participants, yeah, we are here. We are reconvening from the break tea. Never mind, though it is lunchtime, it is still break tea, but lunch will also be served. Yeah.
Yes, we should start.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are convening again, and I still invite the next session's chair, who is still the same, Honorable Charles Mwangusha Atwoki. Please, again, take the floor or remain on the floor and lead us in the next session. Thank you.
I hope you've also had the opportunity to take a cup of tea. We have more than enough. We have quorum. We have enough representation. I'm going to say the next words in English so that we're on the same page. Who am I inviting to speak to us this afternoon on the topic, the global perspective to the current economic and social challenges and available opportunities? That is none other than Her Excellency Else G. Atafua, United Nations Development Program Resident Representative for Uganda. In this position, she represents, leads, and is accountable for harnessing and directing the full potential of UNDP's capabilities and associated partnerships in support of national development goals and strategies in Uganda. Prior to coming to Uganda and serving in the position she's serving in, Ms. Atafua led, managed, and coordinated UNDP's climate and forest team and office in Africa, providing overall strategic direction, policy and technical guidance to 28 countries in the Africa portfolio. She carries more than 20 years of global experience in program development, management, and implementation. Join me to welcome Her Excellency Else G. Atafua to speak to us. I'm glad, my Lord Bishop, you're also making your way back in here. And I love the speed and the energy. Your Excellency, it's your time now.
So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm not sure whether we have a quorum though, because I think majority of the people are still out. But I did wish that the minister would be here because I'm quite clear on his invitation. Coming soon. No, that's fine. I see a few people walking in, so let me encourage them to quicken their footsteps and we get started. I'm sorry. All right. So why are we here today? I trained also as a teacher, Mr. Moderator, so let's, as people get settled, why are we doing what we are doing? Why are we here for the conference? Who can tell me? What are your expectations? Knowledge sharing. What else? And we've had this for 7 years, you said. We've had it for 7 years. What has changed? What has changed in 7 years? Okay. All right, Honorable Minister, you are here, so I can get started. First of all, good afternoon to you all. I need to keep some energy here because it's almost 2 o'clock and people are hungry. And I'm standing between people's lunches now, so we need to have some energy here. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, let me express sincere gratitude to you, Honorable Butime, for inviting me at this time. And I think that is very much linked to the conversation today around the global perspectives and in the current economic and social challenges that we are facing and the opportunities that it presents to us in Tooro. Let me also acknowledge Bishop Muhirwa and all the other bishops and honorable ministers and friends of Tooro. I am also an Abuoli. I'm an Abuoli. I'm a daughter of the soil. I'm home. And I love Tooro so much, I had to come and drove all the way last evening to this place. Thank you very much. I think I have my kente here, so my sister. We are also representing Ghana together and Pan-Africanism. Yes. So let me try to speak to a few things and let's have a conversation. I tried not to read the speech, and thank you, Nicholas, and all the people who spent nights preparing dossiers for me here, but I think it's a conversation, and so let's have a conversation together as Tooro people and what it means for the development agenda of our people. I started off, Honorable Minister, asking people, why are we here? And the fact that we are here talking development in the 21st century, still talking about issues around eradicating poverty, means that there is something that we have to disrupt together. We have to disrupt something together and collectively. And so, what are some of the global perspectives? What are we seeing from where we sit as UNDP, from where we sit as the largest development agency in the United Nations family, from where we sit as an agency that has been mandated to work with governments, to work with civil society, to work with private sector, to work with the youth, to promote the development agenda, to address inequality, to address climate change, and to make sure that we really push, in the case of Uganda, Vision 2040 and the development of the country. What are we seeing from a global point of view? And I'd like to mention about 5 things that we are seeing. And those 5 things have implications on the pathway and the options for Tooro as well. And I'm glad that Dr. Muhumuza did a fantastic job. He took some of the things away from me by speaking to them, so he has made my work very easy, and the Honorable Flavia and all the speakers that went ahead of me, so it makes my life easier. I'll touch a bit more on the global perspective, what we are seeing, what the implications are for Tooro, by extension Uganda, and the African continent as a whole, what opportunities they present to us, and how can we position ourselves some more. Do I still have 20 minutes or not? Sorry? Sorry? No, because there was the time was quite 20. Okay. So what is the first challenge we are seeing? We are in an era of multiple crises. Multiple crises. In fact, we launched a Human Development Report. UNDP has a report we call the Human Development Report, which we announce every year. And in this particular year, the report was on the theme 2020-2021, uncertain times and unsettled lives. That is the space where we are in now. Multiple crises, and I think to the point where it's being called polycrisis. Now, it's important to understand the crisis we are going through, the political economy behind it, what is the motivation, and what does it mean for us? And one of the things that we are seeing is COVID. And I think everybody knows about COVID. I'm not going to talk about the COVID and the impact beyond health, the socioeconomic impact. But what we are seeing with COVID tells us something. It is a challenge, but I'm going to spin it later on in terms of opportunities. Now, COVID not only impacted us from the health point of view, tourism, we saw the numbers going down. We knew that globally 1 out of every 4 jobs were created out of tourism or tourism-related jobs, but that went down as a result of that impact of tourism. For the first time in the history of 32 years that we had been producing the Human Development Report, we saw that human development started retrogressing. And in the last 2 years, most countries that made great progress in the last 32 years have gone down. We have seen extreme poverty in the world. 93 million people have gone into poverty as a result of the crisis of COVID. And I can go on, and I don't want to dampen the spirit here, but I want you to look at the multiple crises the world is facing today and what it means for us. The second crisis that we are facing today is the climate crisis. And we can't run away from that. A number of us just came from Sharm el-Sheikh, where I was part of the Uganda delegation there. And what were we talking about, and why does it matter? Because today, when we don't expect the floods come. When we don't expect the drought come. And we see the interconnection between climate and development in Africa. So, for example, if you are an agriculture-based economy and the droughts are coming, what does it mean for you from a food security point of view, and even an export point of view? We are in a region where, because of climate change, when we see the Rwenzori, and we have the beautiful mountains next to us, we have seen the decline in the glaciers. When you see the decline in the glaciers, don't just see it as a decline in the glacier. There are implications for that. It means that if tourists were coming to see the beautiful Rwenzori and the snow-capped Rwenzori, it's no longer there for them to come. But also on the flip side, because the melting is taking place quicker than you knew it, then you have the downstream impact in terms of the floods. And you begin to see areas where you could grow coffee. I saw a brother talking coffee a lot. But highland coffee will be impacted because of warm temperatures. These are impacts. And so begin to look at climate change, not to see it's a global thing somewhere. It is impacting on us. And that's part of the polycrisis that we are facing today. The other crisis that we are facing is the war in Ukraine. And somebody thinks, oh, what is the war in Ukraine? What has it got to do with us? But we see not only the geopolitical issues around it, the alignment and the realignment, but we also see prices of food went up. Fertilizers went up. Everything went up because we were overly dependent on the value chain that we had no control over. When there is war, we are impacted. And I think the ripple is felt not only Uganda, but many, many, many African countries are seeing that. But not only the war in Ukraine, but even war and conflict in parts of Africa, particularly the Sahel. In West Africa is facing a lot of challenges. And why? What does it mean for us when young people don't have jobs? It is easy to radicalize them. So when we begin to look at the development challenge, Charles, it is not something that we can decouple Tooro from. That is happening somewhere. It has nothing to do with us. Then on top of that, we just Ebola. It was not a global crisis, but at least impacted us. So with all what we are seeing, that complexity in the mix of crisis, war, conflict, what is it telling us? What is it telling us from a resilience point of view? And I'm going to come back to some of those things in terms of the challenge and what we're seeing. The second challenge that we are seeing from where we sit is that development is being defunded. In other words, when the war, for example, in Ukraine happened, a lot of the traditional donors, whether for Uganda or Ghana, began to shift their attention to put the funding where they thought their security concerns were. So they would fund humanitarian issues, but your core development agenda is being defunded. In other words, if you are waiting for somebody to bring you donor money, it is no longer coming. We have to create our wealth. Tooro has to create its wealth. There is no reason why we are overly dependent on somebody's generosity. And we need to challenge our people And sometimes my own boss calls me a development evangelist. And I'm here to preach the gospel of development from a practical point of view. Because many a time when our brother talked about coffee is money, he was making a very valid point. Many a time we are exporting our wealth and importing poverty. That's what it is. So we need to begin to see the shift even in development financing. For those of you in Sharm el-Sheikh, African countries were banging the table. We need money. We need money for loss and damage. What is loss and damage? All we were saying, all African countries were saying, climate change is coming. When it comes, our roads are gone. When it comes, our food is gone. And therefore, compensate us for the loss and the damage. Even for that, there was so much push and push and push and push. Till the end, it was agreed that a fund will be established. Now, to the extent to which it will be capitalized, we don't know. There's a whole program that will be around. It might take you 10, 20 years, then your people are still dying. And so begin to see how do we create wealth? How do we shift our thinking in such a way that we promote the structural transformation that our economies desire? That we don't continue to export coffee in raw form, cocoa in raw form, because you don't create wealth with that, by the way. You don't create wealth with that. Somebody else creates the wealth. How is it that we don't have Ghanaian chocolate here, or from Bujumbura on the shelves? Why? So development financing is shifting, and we can see the interest and the politics behind the interest. By the sheer nature of our job, sometimes we can't say certain things, but I'm sure I'm in a free space and a safe space to say that we need to look at development financing. The third thing that we are seeing, the population. The population is increasing. We hit the 8 billion person not too long ago. We are 8 billion. And by 2050, 1 out of every 4 will be in the African continent. Uganda is the second youngest population on earth. On earth. Now, we're going to spend it to the dividend, okay? But if you have a growing population, you can't feed, you can't provide education, you can't provide schools. What does it mean in terms of inequality, vulnerabilities, and a cycle of poverty going on and on? And while we celebrate the 8 billion person, we need to start thinking, what is the high population growth? What does it mean for Tooro? If we have young people and we can provide them with opportunity. So that's a global trend. That is happening. The fourth thing, very quickly, is on the issues around trade. And trade is big. No country has developed without trade. But begin to see the globe, what is happening. The war, the soft wars between the high powers, the geopolitics around it, the balance of power. Everybody's positioning themselves. And Africa is still seen as the last place that you have to get things from, the raw materials, the whatnot, but also the partnerships anyway. So from a global point of view, things are happening around that we can't separate ourselves from that. The crisis, the development financing, the trade issues, the youth, the population growth. These are things that are happening around us. And there are implications. There are implications. Now, what are the implications for Tooro if there's climate crisis or multiple crises, unsettled lives, uncertain times? How do we invest? How do we innovate? How do we ensure that we insulate ourselves, at least prepare ourselves for some of these things and the global trends that we see? Let me touch on a few opportunities as well, because I know it's lunchtime, so I'd rather that we have the conversation and see during the discussion. First of all, we must invest in young. We must. We don't have an option. This is also for the young people as well. Eh? We must, and this is very dear to my heart, because again, if we have a population that is growing and we don't invest, there are implications. People don't just get up and become radicalized because they don't have options. And I know, talking about tourism, I was in Bunyoni the last time, and I always talk about this story because I went there and I was mesmerized. I was just like, oh, wow, this is beautiful. Oh, my God, this is so awesome. Oh, I was taking pictures, selfie, doing all kinds of things. And I saw a young Ugandan lady. I said, you must be a very happy woman. You see this every day. This is beautiful. This is awesome. How do you feel? She looked at me. What's this woman talking about? Where is she coming from? Yeah, I see it every day. My village is just behind the mountains. Yeah, but I want to go to Kampala. I want to go to Kampala. And I said, but why do you want to go to Kampala? She said, because I will make money there. And I'm thinking, this is a world-class view. We have not opened her eyes to see the potential. Most likely, she's going to sell the family land. She's going to come and struggle and come. And then you have somebody else who sits somewhere outside of Uganda, just look and say, look at these people. They come and they make millions of dollars off the backs of our people. That's the reality. So how do we invest in young people to see the potential? Somebody talked about, I think Honorable Flavia was the one who talked about homestays. It's Christmas time. And yet I was willing to pay. Now, assuming I paid him $100 a night, or $200, because I can afford it. Not because I'm bragging, but I can afford it. With all modesty and humility. And I'd stay for 5 nights. That is $1,000 already. But that lady or man sold their land and came to buy about the struggling. So how do we invest in young people? How do we skill them in a way that they understand? It's a competitive world. So we're not only competing amongst ourselves. My brother said we are competing amongst ourselves, or Tooro and other people. We are competing with other countries as well. We are competing with our neighbors, the Rwandas of today, the Kenyans of today, the South Africans of today. We are all competing also to position our countries. How do we position our young people to see the glass half full and not empty? So there's a whole reflection that we have to have with our people here in Tooro and by extension Uganda on how we invest in them. The second one I wanted to talk about in terms of opportunities, and UNDP is pushing this. We're pushing, especially with our regional director, the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement. How many of you know about it? How many? Raise your hand, raise your hand. Don't feel shy. What are you talking about?
What are the members of
Friends of Tooro, Africa has 1.3 billion people. 1.3 billion. We only trade amongst ourselves 16%. Ghana is importing its milk, not even in Africa, from elsewhere. The most tea consumed in Africa is not imported from Africa, it's imported from Europe. The most tea consumed by us. And yet the production is here. In Uganda, in Rwanda, in Kenya, and other spaces. So African countries are saying we are tired. The reason why we don't trade amongst ourselves is because of tariffs. You put high tariffs, you can't trade. So it's not profitable. So let's remove the tariffs, at least 90%, we'll graduate over time, so that Ghana can buy its milk from Uganda. Now, 1.3 billion. We are going to share some of the documentation, so I'm not going to that. Imagine Tooro is even doing coffee from here to Ghana, or to Nigeria with a population of 200 million people. Even if you have 1% of that population, that's money, that's business, that's jobs. You have to work back the value chain. marching. What does it mean? So we sent a group of people, our ministers and friends, we sent 20 or so young Ugandans to Ghana. We said, go and shine your eyes. Let the Ghanaians also shine their eyes. The young people were talking among themselves. They didn't know that letter was from Uganda. They had no idea. Because we have been, the construct is that you look elsewhere, but not within. Yeah. So you go and look for leather somewhere, and yet the leather came from Uganda. Or you go and look for coffee. I went to Ghana when you were city. We said, we want African tea, coffee. My own sister, she said, we don't do African coffee here. There is no African, huh? Somewhere, I don't want to political reasons, I can't mention the country's name before I'm PhD by those countries. But I can say that she did not know. So what am I saying? Trade becomes important. Begin to reflect. How do you position yourselves, even as Tooro, within the larger Uganda agenda on trade on AFCFTA to say, where is it that we can trade something? Because the market is huge. And all those countries, I mean, there's this Ghanaian sister who came. She said, but I didn't know that Uganda has ghee. I said, but he said, we want ghee so badly. We didn't know that it existed. Imagine. I go to Ghana, carry with me quietly diplomat, broccoli, cauliflower, and vegetables from here. Why? And yet, if you can connect the market one in, what is the biggest market here? Sorry? Panga market. Panga. Or Nakao, Kalewo, and others. To say, trade with your sisters in Accra. Those market women are millionaires. They're sitting on $1 million, you have no idea. You go to Makola market, you'll be surprised. So trade becomes one of those avenues in terms of opportunity. I'm saying this because when you link it back to the global crisis we talked about, when COVID hit, we saw the value chains that had been hit, and all of a sudden, or the crisis hit in Ukraine, and then we ask ourselves, how do we look more within and strengthen our resilience to crisis and shocks, including our trade and trade value chains? The third thing that I wanted to talk about very briefly in terms of opportunities is on innovation and digitalization. Guys, things have changed. I think COVID just thrust us further into the fourth industrial revolution. For us in UNDP, we saw things that we had never seen before. We tested ideas that we had never tested before. We did in Junior. We said, please, how can the market one sell matoke online and peppers online? Because they had never done that. They were used to do more of the fancy things, kettles, glasses, whatnot. And it's working. Because the future of development is going to be very much tied to digitalization and innovation. It struck me in the report recently that was done by McKinsey on even the metaverse. How many of you know the metaverse? Virtual reality, things like that. So you are there in your country, or you are in the States, or you are in other parts of the world, you want to see Tooro, the beautiful Greater Lakes. You don't have to travel here. You just have to fix something on your eyes, and you're beginning to see things. And you pay for it. And it's a multi-billion-dollar industry estimated. But how are we positioned for that? It will come and pass us by. Because somebody talked about apps, and Dr. Musa, apps. Apps are important, but the world is moving so fast. Those of you on Facebook, you know that he changed his name from Facebook to Meta, although people don't use Meta. The reason why he changed is because of the potential and what they're beginning to see in the metaverse. So we can choose to live in the 19th century, but the world is going, and how do we position our young people to be competitive in that space, where they can say, Tooro has all these beautiful things, you can buy those things, you can buy those services, even in the metaverse. And these are opportunities. So, let's begin to look at some of those innovations, linked back to the question around the youth. How do we empower the youth? How do we give them incentives, facilities that allow them to create? And the fourth thing is your own tourism. Honorable Minister, tourism is just right here. You can smell it, you can see it, you can touch it.
And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But we must position our people. I hope I can be frank here, I was very upset. I think a year or two ago I came here. And I went to a beautiful crater lake. I will not mention the place. And I said, look at this. This is very beautiful. So, what happened? Who owns it? I own it. Oh, okay. With who? Me. Oh. Yeah, with who? What about, so you mean everything? Yeah, everything around it belongs to me. Oh, okay. So, what about the communities? And I felt the person's unease. And then, so the conversation. So I asked my colleagues and I said, but how did we do it? How did we sell the whole land around Crater Lake without telling our people to buy equity? Because the $600 per night. And if they said, our land is our equity, give us 30% of that money that you are making per night. That is wealth creation. It is not about selling that thing for $20,000 or $100 or $200 and think that we are creating wealth and eradicating poverty. So even the tourism space, it's not only the branding and the marketing, but it's also about how we position our people to have the right conversations. Where are the traditional leaders? Where are the local governments in that conversation that our people are not taking advantage of? Are you with me? I hope I'm provoking you. Because let's not have a superficial conversation. We need to do this, we need to do that, and then we come back 7 years. Where's the moderator? 7 years we come back, 8 years we come back, and what has changed? What has changed? So we must jealously protect our things and our people and their interests. And maybe I'm too radical sometimes, but sometimes you need to spice this thing up, even for those of us in the development state. We can't continue to manage poverty. That's what we've been doing for years now. Managing poverty. There's fire here, there's fire here. So tourism is such a great asset. Whether it's on the, the traditional things, even the culture. The culture is beautiful. And the backlog, the other day we were looking at the backlog, and I know Tooro is trying to promote it, and His Majesty's, but Nike is producing shoes now with the backlog. Where are we? Where are we? Because probably they might sell it for thousands of dollars, and we're going to look at it, we put it on Facebook, our young people are happy, they want to wear it. But who is producing that? And where is it coming from? So really the tourism, the branding, the marketing, the being a bit aggressive about it, and really making sure that we position that the tourism city is not just something we say. And thank you, Anaputime, I know you have pushed it, but we do. And this will call for investments not only by government, all of you must contribute to it. Because you have Tooro people here, Tooro people in the diaspora who can be able to bring their wealth together to invest and tell the government, we have this, what you have, let's partner together. I went to a place the other day and I asked them, why is there no boat on this lake? Well, I said, but all you guys can afford. He said, yes. I said, but 10 of you can buy this boat. He said, yes. Well, why haven't you bought? I said, by the way, if you bought that boat, somebody came, they'll spend 10 days there instead of 1 day. Because they'll go for a cruise and come back for the sunset. They'll go for the sunrise and come back again. All this time you have young people, businesses, grilling fish by the lake. Business. Business. Or even the road. I said, but how come you haven't done the road? He said, it's for government. I said, but the government is overstretched, you know. 10, 20 of you can say, look here, we want to do a private partnership with you, government. We will invest in it. And I know that in Kenya, some people did that some time ago. They came together, they invested, they did the road, and they said, look, in return, we want incentive. In return, we want a tax rebate on this. In return, something more creative. But if we are waiting, we're going to wait forever. And it's not to say the government cannot do this. But when the fiscal space, Dr. Mumuza, you are the economist, is stretched, you have to focus on some priorities. So please, tourism, and let me, are you looking at me already in terms of time? And then two quick things. Look for innovations. Innovative financing, in my opinion, is going to be one of the things that we have to look into. Whether in the diaspora, you look at Ethiopia, the Renaissance Dam. Everybody refused to give the money for that, by the way. They got that money from the diaspora. Diaspora financing, green financing. There's so many things that are there now that we need to think and stretch our imagination. How we position Tooro as part of the national agenda for some of these things. And then finally, I think someone talked about data. And, I mean, how many places do we have? How many young people do we have? Do we have all that information? If you don't have that information, how do you harness it in terms of planning? And really making sure that the local councils, local development, is linked to proper data, including new ways of data. I mean, the phones that we use has a lot of data, by the way. How do we harness some of these things? Big data, for example. So I can go on and on in terms of opportunities, but let me conclude on this particular one in terms of opportunities. Is that we need to invest. We need to invest in development. It's not only government. Don't look at Anna Butini because it's from Tooro. Let's look at the Tooro people themselves. We're talking about the Tooro conference. We need to invest in development. We need to innovate around the challenges that we see today and be resilient to crises and shocks. I mean, COVID is coming back. It's in China. Everybody's worried and anxious. What does it mean for us? What our tourism may hit again? If we are going to depend fully on international tourists? Or are we going to nurture much more strongly domestic tourism? So that when the crisis hits and people say they are not coming, we are here. We will consume our own. We will consume our own. Or even products and services. I don't know whether this falls within your domain. I'm very frustrated that we go to a lot of places and Ugandan coffee is not being served. And yet, if we serve Ugandan coffee, we're back. The farmer gets the job, the value chain, everything. But that's also part of tourism. I've been aggressively promoting this. Now, not only as part of trade, but even as part of tourism. But livelihood creation. So let me conclude by talking a bit more about what we are doing. I know some people say UNDP, yeah, fine. UNDP is doing a lot in supporting the government in the context of the Vision 2040, the National Development Plan. And I'll not go into everything that we are doing as UNDP because it's very much aligned to the vision of the country. But here in Tooro, we are doing some exciting work, which I thought I will conclude on that. We are doing some very exciting work, particularly in the area of tourism, as you know. Somebody said, We funded the last security in Kampala. You saw it. The place was full. Please give us a round of applause. Because we wanted to prove, it was proof of concept. Once we did that with the kingdom, the cultural leaders, the Ministry of Tourism, Uganda Tourism Board and others, that whole place was full last year. One of our people, my colleagues, my staff, he said to me, he went to a place in Baba. The guy said, you are the ones who brought us a job. How many Kyoto Hampangos can we create? Products and services that brings wealth here and creates wealth for our people. That is what we have been trying to do. And now, we hope by the time we do the second and the third, we couldn't do this one because of the Ebola. We toyed with them, we discussed with the ministry, we said let's wait next year. At the Kyoto Hampango. Recently you saw the king, His Majesty, was on the resort. We funded that fully. That's what we need. He was on the front page. Why are we doing this? Why are we using culture? The link between culture and development. Culture tourism. And positioning that. Support not only the people of Tooro, but Uganda. We are now looking at the youth skilling center here to develop it fully, and I can go on and on for a number of things that we are doing. But all I can say, to end on a positive note, mixed. There are good trends and there are risks, there are challenges, and I'll not repeat them. But amidst all these things, we must look at the glass half full. Many a times what we do as Africans, is that we begin to look at it, what is impossible? It is not possible. In fact, we need all the church, the priest, the most everybody here, the tradition, to help the mindset to say it is doable. It is doable. It is doable. Because a lot of the things that we are consuming, whether it's the phone, it's the shoe, somebody was talking about it, somebody looks at something to have glass full. And once we begin to shift our thinking, we can be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've talked about. So let me conclude once again by saying how delighted I am. I love Tooro so much. I said I'm not disappointed Honorable Butime. I needed to come because I know it's a hectic period for us in UNDP being the last day before Christmas, and also acting now as the head of UN because our resident coordinator is out of the country. I just said I need to come for my people. So, I'm glad I did, but I know when I was sitting next to you and I said, what do you expect out of this? I do hope that it's not a space only to exchange ideas and knowledge, but we can take one or two things. And next year, on the 8th, when we come back again, let's say, this is what we have done. And I think after 3 years of being together, I can comfortably conclude by saying, for God and for my country and for the Tooro people, thank you very much.
Can we give a big round of applause? Your Excellency, thank you so much for speaking from the heart. Thank you so much for giving us a moment to think, to go back and think through the 7 sessions that we have had so far and ask ourselves, what progress have we made? I think you said one very fundamental thing in your conclusion. To transform Tooro, to transform ourselves, we're going to have to find an anchor. We're going to look at the opportunities, look at our glasses half full, not half empty. So we may not need necessarily learn each other at individual level, but we need to see what can we do together, or what opportunities exist amongst us to be able to move to the next stage. So, you listen, I don't think anybody is hungry. You fed the audience here with words and nobody looks hungry. Now, can we field some questions or comments? I recognize in the audience some 2 people I'd like to mention. These are representatives in the United States of America, members of the Tooro People's Association, who live and work in the United States of America. Dr. Example, Professor, you're most welcome, sir. I've seen Mr. Albert Kasara. These are some of the most committed members of the Tooro People's Conference, wherever they are. Not to say that they haven't recognized others, so I can recognize that I will mention. Yeah, mention one at a time. Honorable Rwanda, Alex, the city man, wants to say something about his city. Ask a question or make a comment. What kind of city do you want to build for us?
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring presentation. I think the structure of this conference, as you have challenged, we could be also looking for what is working out there. Because there is quite going on, but which needs a push. We have many young innovators already in our city. We are soon launching an app, Superborder app, done by our own young person here. So that is going to happen. We have also started the Bridges Youth of Information Technology, purely skill, innovation hub, innovate. So already that is happening in our city. We have also, on top of Tooro, what we have done locally through the private sector, we have established one of the best motor rally circuit in East and Central Africa. And we have pitched for Tooro now, we have won the Pearl of Africa Rally May next year. So there are things which are going on. I didn't want us to sit here and say, we are just watching, but the whole point is we need the government to give us the space for this fiscal opening up of us, the innovators, and how government can relax on the conditions. Because what we see is that the entire financing of the private sector by private innovators is really curtailed by the high interest rates and also difficult to reach affordable financing. So I think it is really very nice that you are supporting government, but we want to see how, as we are talking about innovating on the financing strategies, we would need more emphasis such that we create the local entrepreneurs and drive our own economy. The mindset that is within our government is just looking at the foreigners, the Chinese, whoever, as the darlings. And they look at us as people who are not really capable. And that's why the whole financing and the conditions that are available, incentives, they are not giving the local content much emphasis. So we hope that we shall continue with this fight to see that the local entrepreneurs are given an upper hand, and then we are able to drive our economy than relying on the Chinese and other foreigners. So that struggle, Honorable Time is well versed about that. Finally, the whole concept of tourism, what we did was we started training the young people to love their place. And we started a movement here of the walkers, the Tooro City walkers. We walk 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. We target it as fitness, fun, tourism. And now we spread the whole, this whole movement is spreading even in other parts of the country when they started watching what we are doing around. Because we take pictures, the young people elsewhere see the fun happening, and we have all those guys around. And now we are getting many of the young people benefit from tourism by taking the foreigners and other tourists who come in this place. They are just now earning out of that because they now know the places. So these are the local efforts that are going on, and all these groups, some of them are here. We started also the Empaco Festival. It's a very big festival here as one of the signature events. So among many other things, including of course the Tooro Province football, which we have promoted, and we reached semi-final. So we are trying to say sports tourism is also going to be key for this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a very active online audience. Thank you very much. The people managing our Zoom space, Twitter Spaces, Port TV, which is delivering this to the one. The people in South Africa who are following closely, the people all over the world following us. Let me just pick one comment. Someone says, Katuramu George says, let's rebrand our Tooro people lives. Another person says, for me the discussion is not addressing the most current burning problem affecting the Tooro people, the economy. People are poor, starving and living way below standard. City or no city, or family, muihani, the question is how do we get our people out of poverty? It starts with you. They also pick. Honorable Okoro is touching the foundation of success in any society. Charity begins at home. That's Walter Mukisha. Who else can we pick? I don't agree entirely. Towns and cities can be strategic, and when the strategy is followed through, cities can grow and be self-sustaining. Okay, there's a lot of feedback. I'm going to request the Honorable Beatrice Kiraso to carry us through the next session of feedback and comments and questions. And then we will move into the next sessions, which will be a presentation on equality, poverty, and social welfare dimensions of Tooro region's development. Amoti, I'd like to request you to do the plenary session after Excellency Bakuru's presentation.
So I know you are running for the sunset tonight, right? But I was also under the impression that this session was finished. If there are few comments, they should be indeed few and brief. Why? Because Excellency's presentation was very clear. We just have to go back on the drawing board and start thinking about our own development and what roles we can play individually or collectively. It's very simple. Abatoro bagamba bwegambo bingi omunjara koyicho. Tunuko tubaze, we need to act. And for me that is the takeaway this morning. Listening to the people who are speaking here, we need to start to act. And I think the values of the UN are about that. Act. Isn't it? Act. Kubaza kirungi, no interventions, so therefore the conference was very interesting. We need to have something that we are going to take away. May I have a takeaway and I'll share it with you. Something I studied in, I'm also an economist. The vicious cycle of poverty. That is where we are. Even when we live here, let's go and think about it. What is that vicious cycle of poverty? Others are saying cycle, it is a cycle. Meaning it has got three components: income, savings, and investment. Meaning that if your income is low, your savings will be low, therefore your investment will be low or absent. If your investment is low, therefore your income is low. If your income is low, therefore it continues and continues and continues. And now what we have to think even more critical about is that it is continuing through generations. Except for a few that have been able to break out of that cycle and circle. Generations are inheriting poverty. And it becomes worse with population growth, where we do not have income to expand ourselves, especially on the land. Ekirikumagisa, Ngunyowe naiwe, tulinzire abazaira baitu baravugaho, yitwe na bagenzi baitu tubagane akataka kabo akabahirwe isekurubo, kabiri nakalisekurubo bakabagana until there is nothing more to share. I open up the discussion. I'll start with you. I recognize you first. Bishop, you'll be second. Tooro, if you promise to be brief. I know my friend is here.
Thank you very much, Amoti. Protocol observed. I would like to really
congratulate the UNDP, High Excellency, and the efforts that you have made here. UNDP has been supported. When she talked about alternative financing in UNDP support here for the people of the region of Tooro and Kaborone, I'd like you to report Kijura Sako, where there is an alternative financing that about 4,000 families benefit. It was an initiative of UNDP to report that. We thank you very much. A gentleman, a service provider here, Paul, I saw him serving tea there. He is a graduate of the entrepreneurship scheme supported by UNDP. I employed so many people. So I would like to actually appreciate those and many interventions of the many people that have benefited from entrepreneurship training and also alternative financing, the women in different groups, the Beekeepers Association, and name it, where your intervention, UNDP, has come through. I would also like to recall the issue of mindset change. I'd like to applaud the Tooro People's Conference, UNDP, other development partners, and government that the issue of mindset change is so critical, especially among the youth, so that they can be looking at the different alternatives that are offered. On this also note, I'm winding up, I don't want to take a lot. Skilling of the youth is very critical at this moment. So all avenues that we can do in mindset change and skilling of the youth are very critical because that is a productive age. So I'd like to recall that in this conference, when we are talking about the family unit, when we are talking about the parish development model, when we are talking about tourism development, skilling and innovation, those are very, very key. Finally, we need to craft out what is unique in this region. What sells us and what do we stand for? When government is doing its part, for example, giving direct equipment for production of milk, if we don't look at the family units, encouraging a project like zero grazing, so that we can be able to feed this machinery, then it will become a white horse. So we need to zero down. What can families produce? Are they engaged in direct? And we also go back and recall on the zoning model. How is the zoning model helping this region? What are we known for? Thank you very much. We have crafted out tourism. In agriculture, what are we good for? And in other areas, so that we are toiling something that we are clear of, in spite of the many small enterprises that go on at family level. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kane. I want to thank you. You had good recommendations. And I want to assure you, ladies and gentlemen, participants, that we have a team here that is picking the key discussion points and some of those recommendations. So don't labor too much. If you made a point, you made it, we'll record it. Behind the pen, there's Bishop, right? Bishop, you start introducing yourself.
I'm Richard Osoke, the Bishop of the Seminary Adventist Church.
Thank you so much. We clap for him. So we need to congratulate that
My suggestions and observations and the recommendations that they are bringing. One, I'm proposing that by the time we end the session today, let us have action points that we will vote on as what we will do next year. Two, if Tooro region is moved, let us move that the politics in the development of Tooro. I would propose to the organizers that few people can sit and make a strategic document which we may vote on in the middle of the year, so that we know that we have a document we are following in line with the government document. Otherwise, we have so many things to talk about, but there is need for prioritization. Lastly, if today we are going, I'm suggesting, let us have 2 or 3 priority things that we are going to implement this coming year, so that the conference of the next year, we have something to report on. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Tooro, and I've given you the opportunity, then again, they'll come to you. But can I give some guidance? Are we reacting to the presentation that was made by Her Excellency and the previous ones, or is this general? It's general. Yeah, because if we go general, we are going to miss the point, sir. We're going to veer away from the theme, from the presentations, and then we start talking about, different things that have not been discussed. So, I'm not minimizing anybody's ideas. There are very good points here, and later, I think tomorrow, we are going to unveil once again the Tooro Development Agenda, which we developed and which was launched in the year 2018 at TPC here. Actually, on discussing the TDA, Tooro Development Agenda, we'll have a panel of the local government leaders so that they tell us how far they have gone or incorporated it in implementing their district development plan. So, very good points, but there's something that's already being done. Aboti, please keep it short and simple.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amoti. Mine is to compliment His Excellency. In fact, His Excellency, yes, Her Excellency, I thank her so much for joining Isaazi Empire Think Tank, because all her contribution is going to take Tooro into another level. Right now, let me act when we talk about Tooro should create our own wealth. Me, I came with one project. We should begin a banana association. Already have understood that Kenya there is a market. What does the banana association require? It requires us to be in groups. Those who want to trade in a banana, those are banana flowers. Those who want to invest in banana peels, those who want to invest in yellow bananas with trees, to call the trees and talking here, but our association here, trees. Then they talk right now the banana fibers, the banana association is white. So when there is market in Kenya, that banana association today, we should create an association. The second one is, I told you about Rivampanga boat trading. Example it's me who can take that idea. Because other people, they can't manage it. They have not traveled like me. Accept it. Thank you very much.
Amoti, thank you so much. We will not even waste time voting on that or putting it in the recommendations, because there are people here who are banana growers, right? Where are they? Can we register with the Tooro so that? Yes, let's first register. Then later we can work on the nitty-gritty of how the association will run. Okay? If they are not banana growers. Again, after you, I'll go right at the back.
Thank you very much, Honorable. This goes to Her Excellency Artifa. We are blessed to have someone representing UNDP and from the continent. So we don't take that for granted. We used to have representatives who are whites, but now we must applaud ourselves that we have one of our parliaments. Now, my question is, given your experience, you are from West Africa, and now working in East Africa, I guess you may even have some good experience from South Africa. What developmental challenges do you see that are specific to Africa? And given that for quite some time you have now been in Uganda, comparing with your experience in West Africa, what developmental challenges are specific to Uganda and how can they be addressed, either on a continental level or even on a local level? Thank you very much.
Again, at the back. Again, thank you for being brief. Please be brief so that many people can participate.
Thank you very much, Amoti. I'm called Alfred Hussein Ibrahim, one of the youngest aspirants, former aspirant to Parliament in Port City. Yeah, I take this opportunity to come everyone here, take this opportunity to pose my question. I always ask myself, everywhere you are, have you ever asked yourself the question, what is the reason for someone to come to Port or Tooro region? Because if people don't come in our area, that means we have no business. Madam President talked about, Amon talked about the viscous cycle of poverty. We are inheriting poverty because of a number of reasons. First of all, we had an opportunity of launching our industrial park. I take this opportunity to request and ask humbly our leaders, what happened to our industrial park? Secondly, at least I've traveled to different parts of the country. Sometimes you move to Jinja because of part of industries and so forth. When you move to Jinja to buy, let's say, sugar, you sleep in a hotel, the one with a restaurant will make money. You'll board a boda, you'll board a car, all of them are making money. What is the reason for someone to come from Jinja to Port? Thank you very much.
I have realized one thing. When we open up for discussion, people get shy. When others start talking, others get the courage. But I know the hands that were up previously, because we need to give Her Excellency an opportunity to respond to some of the things she has picked. But from the last intervention, I would like our leaders to request you, Aden Bitime, Akiki Rhud, Mutuga Kyamu, Kakuso Industrial Park. Yeah, because if we sweep each other at the table, when shall we get the answer? Come and Samba. Thank you. Akiki, no, when I conclude this, behind you. If you keep it very short, then you give an opportunity to others also to get a bit. Then you continue behind a little.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sylvia Kunde, a former woman MP contestant on NUP ticket. Yes, in Tooro sub-region, I must say, we are not aggressive. and we are not strong enough. My issue at hand is Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru, our MPs in this sub-region. Some of them don't meet eye to eye. And for inclusive growth, we are going nowhere with that problem. It is a problem that is affecting Tooro sub-region. Thank you.
Very good idea. SARS has already started conflict resolution initiatives. So we'll come to the MPs. You hijacked the microphone, or no, or you were favored by Adieli. After you introduce somebody behind there. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Honorable. My name is Gilbert Kayondo, former aspirant Mayor for Tooro Central Division. Madam Chairperson, Ponte Angel Nyendegende Nejanayo for Adedali, Honorable Alex and other leaders around. This is a good opportunity to ask ourselves as people from Tooro. Why is it that most towns in Uganda are developing, especially when we talk about the cities, new cities, even if there is no policy yet, which is straight to govern the cities. But we have been having funding, especially on the World Bank, that is Woodsmith money. As the former speaker for Tooro Municipal Council, we received over 11 billion.
Don't give a speech, don't make a presentation.
Yes.
Focus on what you've been talking about.
Yes. The issue is what I wanted to mean. When he asked about the industrial park, he also said we receive funding, but we don't utilize the funding. The good opportunity today, we have 3 MPs or 4. We are asking, there is money on the account for Woodsmith. Why is that money not spent? And people are lacking resources to use. The Woodsmith money is a serious money. For example, we budgeted for 4.2 billion to lay our town. You go to Mbarara and you see. You go to recently at municipality, Kasese, and you see how it is. What is our problem? Let us address that issue. 4.2 billion. It's a lot of money.
Point made. The gentleman right in the corridor. Yes, along the corridor.
Thank you very much. I'm Mr. Daudi, the General Secretary of DC Cameroon. For the benefit of this conference, in Tooro, as long as it is done. Okuba nitwenda tumanye twakaikara mu conference ya Musana. Nitwenda ba organizers ba conference yenu mutuhe ebijuma ebyakoruga mu conference mukage twakaikara. Tutukwiza kwenjoyinga chai nembere nungi betutwenda tumanye ebijuma nuko nyete tutunga accountability ebhama tugaruka kimwe. Ekyakabiri Tooro hano twaturi mu conference yeru nituboneka muturi hamwe nitusekerangana bari tuturuka ya conference yenu nitusana kava nango amani gaitu nk'Abatooro tutugakweseze kubagainingira umugate kuihanga nonakusabira Abatooro tuleke kwikatuserekera omutwe mu musenyi kamaya tuwewe embaganiza zaitu baitu tukora hamu habo burundu bwa Tooro mwebale mwiza.
Our FDC of Mogere Kuterunga. And then there are these 2 hands here in the middle, very quickly. TBC. I will throw it to my colleagues, the organizers of these TBCs.
Yes. My name is Biangisha Faizo. I just have some few areas wanted also to supplement implement. One, even asked. One is about sciences. One time I think Honorable Kionga took a very serious step
Sorry, it's about?
on sciences. Sciences. And how we can implement it to help our people here. Yes, science courses. Yes.
What are you studying? Which paper are you debating?
I'm looking at innovation. Yes, innovation. He took a step and trained his people in nursing. And actually they almost covered the whole Tooro. So I request seriously look at sciences and find the strategy as TPC to ensure that our people are heavily trained in sciences and these courses of sponsorship. Then talk about molds. In India and these other countries where we have been, we have seen people on Optiva that manufacture parts of cars, parts of motorcycles and so on. And already we have developed a car here. Can we be able to make sure this strategy and technology is imported in Tooro so that we are seriously on the manufacturing of tech? And this iron which is in Kigezi, instead of going to people who are just making iron bars, we use it to make our own molds that manufacture parts and other spare parts. Then another is about return on what we are mining from here. Like for instance, pozzolano. A lot of pozzolano is manufactured, is got from here to manufacture cement. How much income is getting back to Tooro if just one truck is just 60,000 shillings? So we should seriously look at what we mine here and how we can benefit from this.
Sir, I'm going to. I seem to know you. Did we meet in South Africa?
Yes, we met there.
Yes, I know you have so many ideas for the development of this region.
And lastly, I was looking at, just lastly, on Agri, we have a lot of maize here. We already make maize, just maize flour. But maize can produce wine, first class wine, whiskey, can produce gas, can produce pepper, can produce briquettes. How far can we go with our ministerial passing up so that we can succeed?
I'm wanting to support your Mr. Kastan. On St. John, we are lucky that we have Amotion is the one who heads the private sector foundation here. Beautiful. If you are private sector, there is a government, there is a power,
UNDP.
You have very good ideas, but those ideas cannot be implemented by TPC. TPC is not an implementing agency. It is a conference of people like me and you who can think strategically, that come together here, debate, synthesize issues. This is how we came up with our Tooro development agenda. For us, we are more of a think tank, if you want to call it that. And we come together so that we can we get a dialogue, we get ideas, we go and package them together for the implementers who have the budget to do the implementation. Therefore, that session on TDA and its implementation will be very, very important for us to listen to our local leaders and whether they are benefiting from our collective thinking or not. So, it's very good ideas, but let's not mix up the issues of what we are going to implement and what we are not. Yes. Yeah, Gabriel. Ruhan James.
ibara ryange niyo atom tegere sobikera nyizire ko representinga ensinganto n'abantu abandi abali vulnerables abali communities abatamanyire entekaniza ezira hano habwa nkoze research mu community yange mugomba obuchweka cyenda na mwenda n'obutogezi mwenda tukumanya TPC kiki kandi agenda yatiriweho emyaka mukage inyuma obuchweka cyenda na mwenda n'obutogezi mwenda tukumanya agenda ekyo mitiyendera ke yatiriweho ngubiri biyone tugamba ngo think ta bitekerezo byo kuombeka Tooro kandi Tooro ina abantu abo bakwataniza bata naitwa abantu abo ubwongo abakwita kubatekerereza bora bamanye ibyo kubatekerereza
Have 2 minutes, 5 minutes to conclude, including feedback.
Ote moti amara wiyiza Joseph ya Islam ya Gatamba Katoliki. Wiyiza Joseph ni nsima Tooro Fulkansiyo tumapanga moti ni nsima Tooro kurora twetekereza kama Tooro nyine kurora mutima nyine kusasa mutima Tooro hano amoti ukametaja mukama choka za kugoyo katai mu bukama nukungaruke kamaraga kwitwa Tooro amoti nyuka rubata ntubanyira Tooro twaika kampala patuwata ntubanyira Tooro tungebyayo okwaikira bisata amoti tukabwa batu kwatu bateka mko uba Tooro bakuturu bate ni sima ruhunda na mranya akiko yemere bakurora akiko bakakora mulimo wetu amoti akiko bakakora mulimo tutuine sente zokuja transport eturuzi betu akika kwa Bwana kama banyami bagambenyana nyineko bamyamira karibu nyana vya minesa ito tukagai twanira to betu abatoro baturate ndugerego bukama tukabwira conference omukuba muhanura mu conference ye nyoni sasa ko Tooro muri murutungu amoti kura Tooro rurirwa abantu batasomera hego kandi witu wa Tooro betu Tooro rutungu la higurumo Tooro la hansimo nyoni taso amabaraga biza shabanga Rwanda rwange mukai nkuratira baboda boda nicho kugera na reflecting between mpatire boda yana amana twine cyo kuri nani musaudu ku bumuize boda eno kugira kwa Christmas abantu bari gukora se nyumba kigire boda ndahani gukora beturo chungu rula higurumono Tooro ruzira ona baba hamire mu chungu tigine kigihero ona republika nirogo umunyakenya na Tanzania wa kigihero kama moto kutumalir omana bagana muhanura mutekao wakutuhindura mu Tooro otumo
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Tooro, the District Speaker Kabaroli. One, I appreciate the organizers and Her Excellency for the broad, encouraging words expressed here for us. You'll allow me to speak in our local language for the interest of our colleagues around here. Nyenda kusima katekaniza baitu Her Excellency abalizeo emiringo ekisobora kuza mbonaku kandi ekisobora kwemerezaho mu Tooro region. Waitu Madam Chair Tooro region rudi kihanga liona rudi keka busahoka esobora kuruga monaku obingurei etasomeseze wetu mtekanizi na batekanizi abandi. So my issue comes, I appreciate the Tooro People's Conference, our Tooro Education Fund. I appreciate ngwaro habana basomere kandi abasomesiwe Tooro Education Fund. Ekengenda kisimu. But tunyongera kusaba ngu as Tooro Kingdom, as Tooro region, twina districts in the local governments ezikutwara Tooro region. Nkomu habakwebembera za local government councils nyine kitekerezo kikusaba kuleta mukora tomunungu oturaba okusagika ebinyegesa byaitu mu Tooro region n'okusagika Tooro Education Fund nka local governments nkabebembezi bona abakuga mu region mu turabyeho ngu local governments zaitu okutugenda mu budgeting seasons tugireho mutemo okutwaleta tutenga mu education fund yaitu ya Tooro. Kakuba local governments zona zemburesinga IDA koraba mubembezi baitu aba Tooro People's Conference nkero hanchu wamwenye kukozeru nitekereze binyegesa byaitu bija kuimuka koraba kusagika abana abataina kwesobora koraba mu Tooro Education Fund. Ekyakabiri, we have got a number of MPs in this region. Kakuba twingiraneza kuraba mu Tooro People's Conference ninyikiriza bino muri mu mkondo kubakosera kandi kubakora kandi kubacyayegera gukora. Kakuba nabo batungo mutego kubakuleta mu Tooro People's Conference Road Education Fund nikija nabo kubakonyera hamugugo gumo kubakusanga hamilyango yabo ngo bayisire kubayaba kusera fees. Abantu abo barakomendinga bagenda mu Tooro People's mu Tooro Education Fund kubakonyera kuraba MPs yabo abo kuba nibataye akantu eke kija kuponyeraho abantu abatakwisobora kusirikira hamilyango ya bebesi yabo. Lastly, Madam Chairperson, my friend April talked about the industrial park. Nyombo mwebebesi mu district ya Kabarole. Last week they elected our Naro. Akatungo rukarato na wa LC1s. Yaganga mu district ya Kabarole wakajiha 4 billion to buy its own land. Mu industrial park hali takia. Na yakaguza what kind of this director is. Osobora kubatoza kisura kiyeke kutanishinga a local government yoli no program kandi no hangira central government ngwene billion. So ni sabo rukarato rukuru rwa kirokiro
ni kusaba utachukua issues.
Yes,
kuija sobore.
I wanted to say how Madam Chair,
the two honorables who have actually been following up this issue on our behalf to have feedback about it. I think Turaja discussing it super. If you have answered that will not be right.
I thought they would pick it up and clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But I want to thank you for your proposal. You are the district speaker, Kabarole, right? And as we are talking, I saw your chairman coming in. Honorable Wabika is also the chairperson of the Local Governments Association of Uganda. And also is the leader of the local governments of Abahantunuko. That's a very, very good idea. It's to have council, give us the of the districts as units, as institutions, contributing towards Tooro Education Fund. Thank you so much. Yes. After that, we will kunikiriza okazi mkuru of the Kuruwan board. Then Faith Karanyakairu again will come, and I will leave that session at that.
Chairperson. Ibariale ndio tadeo wanasanga na ndio mkarasi wa Abantu Bakuru hasiti. Nyina konsibiri yokubanza mtukaza okunaku nokutratunga sente nokutra yahura betu amakuru marungi gali mu cyaro haliyo yahura yohoza nyingi muno kandi habire ba Christmas habire ba Christmas ba December usanga abantu basiyesa kusiyese bebamusete kugira muno kurya ngo habire ba Christmas nyoni itegereze UNDP yagezereza abantu abo kukoleza sente business ikikara cyo kuziha kuziria no kunywa mbere ba Christmas cyane January bagesa ngawalina.
Thank you very much.
Takabili amot. Takabili Ugandans are religious. Most of us are God-fearing people, and we belong to certain religions. And we have said that many of these problems, whether they are moral decadence, whether they are laziness, whether they are not participating in production, they can be solved at family level. At family, we can ask our religious leaders. They have the interreligious conference, and we formulate a strategy whereby we go to the grassroots. Bakati chisveitu, abantu bona, esa veitu, tuekesa abantu veitu, kuku bara aranina makagabo.
Very good point made. Very good point. Bishop Mudiru Azijalan kada waktu di Rungal.
Amaganda nyoka kama Joyce. Minganya kabongo Central. Central. Nyowe ebyange bitakwata gana kila neto kuomezi. Dusangu kulakurana yona bitakurana hatari kuomezi. Abantu twatulera tuwekeza tuyotuziansi ya kuwa. Nyoni nyowo mkaze ya kankira kuwani samba komyerelo kuka kienda na gumu. Nubona kebizi. Bantreninga na tanga kwa samba komyerelo. Baitu abantu batankenge, bakantumanga, bakora kiki, banzere. Kira kimhamu omkuru wakufada akatuleta na bakatulwe miaka kinani. Nyoba bakamkwata kubi, ngwinonge kule kintari, ngwinyine miaka kinani. Nyoba kabandesire, abokubanga nitira mnukubaza hoke miaka komwero, kyoba nkantendo kugabe kubaza. Nkanta kukirizwa kubaza. Baitumeza mpaka kule miaka kinani, wani masiwe tabensori, abokuwa nano kilo miaka imazire, nanya kabanta kilo wahamuke kule miaka kinani. Akuba nyoba nakebize, na yatanyile biensi, minoma ya kozile kite kieta abstinence, kuka kienda na kumu, wona yakebize. Natanga kwekesa abantu, na training abantu kukweleso kindulengesu, noko yinda wewe kale na kwebata, abata wile watakutungi. Baitu abantu bakantwanisa, bankenga kubi, n'abana basisa bankwere n'inzunira. Hati ebintu banyanga sazi minyomba kyokurora mbakurungi muno. N'abantu bamwe bakwekebeza, mukagenda kurora nkomukazi nango bekebizera mbira. Ya yetinira ya tungastigima hata kurungi. Minyomba kyokurora. Baitu abantu naborekere batakonse mbaze bankora murogo bankora kiki eka yesenyo bakitabanga ekibanga nyanga bana babahaza bana spirit babona ndo ba akona gakye tunaka bana bange basumu tebali basumu betaje barabatenya habari bakugenda kuiba abana baitu barajya abakora tweni habasikikiri na batabasuma bajya kuiba nego turantu kwa musaza hakona ezongo etakufa hadi mwe nikelyange nitratugera nino
for your family, there was a request from somebody who spoke in vernacular to UNDP to help empower people who are pulling resources in circles from here. There are so many circles, money lending and borrowing organizations. They are asking for training. Am I right? Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Amabarakan Inyafaza Tooro. Amabarakan Yevanitokya Nyakayu. The cancer of people are sitting on. In a show giving is running up Bazao. Imbaza innovation. Abantu umuto wakira ikiagwara bakarora jamani omwanya ko kumuhagira batanka kumdiscourage. Omwanya ko kukora hadi nagenda chikora kinya abakinya bageni inga benda musya he bali ya tunga umugasho yona ni sawa omuntu wara ina magezi akakora ikipe
bashobora kurora bakaramukira umugasho reka tumuhagire Tooro tumanye umwana we itakoze icyo tumwongere sente niga tumuserurese ikintu kigende mesho na training n'abana umwana wo kumuhahaza icyakabiri nicyo nabaza mu Tooro parenting iko Afrika cyane ingiye kwine ikipe kitugwiremo cyatukanga bwacorera hamwe gashombe zirgahe zitangire manasa secondary umwana wakikaha university ebintu bimushobera akumitinga society abazaire tucurire ekiri kikamera Tooro tureke kucorera tukagira ibundi tukarira rainbow washomesa umwana wawe yatanganye gashombi yacurera ekikumuragera kucurera kiti bamwirire kwizi we are no longer friendly to our children mbaturanga parents tukaturanga abana masana bazirwa abana batanubu so umuntu natumwe kisu ekikumugwa arahishome bamukorese gashombi twakuri wawe bazireta ku bahereza abagenzi babo sente zo gukora ku bagenzi babo kugenda n'ukuranga itamusini ya university umwana committing a suicide abana aba atakiri nyamasiko kona munsi ngesombi nzomuka tuchura mukazi musijja kushura musijja aho bete nyoni indira reka tujyeyo ordre yange Tooro
kiri nicyo cyoka I want to go back to what Honorable Flavia Bakuru said, the family unit. Ebintu bisikalira, and she gave many examples. That is just one of the examples. There is the issue of trust. Second, there is the issue of family within homes. Omwana, we talked about sister in the home environment. I said so. Generally speaking, the family unit has got to be addressed. But that's a very good thing to say about Barumunu, Baturire, Batumagire Babana Baba, and Siaka, but they don't want to talk about it. But whether you talk about it or not, that will not stop. We have to devise a way of how we're going to address it. At the end, you are wanted to intervene. After that, I think I'll give up the microphone to the honorables to tell us about the industrial park, and then I'll speak finally to you to give your conclusion.
Otomono Chair Motale Oguzo Ale Kauze Komondoma Obize Gamba Tooro was office at Ankara, the Jumate Girem, Nyandaka Pami Oguzi. Iko kwanza papatungi ya mprato msanju, rundu prato kwa msanju, eki Jumate kwanza. Munchokora kwa runwapa, hawa prato Ly'Abantu Bakuru, kuija hamu mwingi watu wa baharamuru ejo kitu kwanza na kusimuza itakabiri kumbuka mukura kwanza akabaho ekitekerezo cyokandi tekije kutefu okanda operera abantu ba Tooro namwe ngambira abandi kuna babiri bakasomesa kandi abandi bamasire kusoma batero abantu ba Tooro batekanzaho vai ser desse Tooro entrepreneur como simposium. Nami tualisema abantu kuona wasuguzi witamu upanura no kusema bingo kim wasubara gariko suguzi wabo no kwa maisha mingo yao na hati haitakuwa inenji moparato wa hoire roli wekuru kuna au ikubiri kuna mnana no atuke Tooro development agenda tukibwe moparato and they get na local governments, local governments can use the Tooro development agenda for development plans of the local governments. And the team will consider no kuleta hama abantu kuruga munsi yon hana abanyakuri America, ala abanyakuri South Africa na Nigeria bindi ya Uingereza na handi abarakondera discussion yi abantu ba Tooro ejo kikurumo. Nawa pambana kwa ani no prato ataku na mtu akija kabalize ya kwenda kubaza batamkira hamutwe batampangira abaita kabazi nacho kitu kikurwe because the publications banure kurwa gukora Tooro gukora ya published nakyo kimukirugire gukora Tooro kandi turengereho no kuleta hapo kutuita hano Tooro Post Conference bagana hari abantu bakutanga abantu basukora nabo. These are opportunities umuntu narabara hano leta usanga umuntu asokora nawe twaramwise byakwenda gukora as partnerships with this program ekiriya hari abantu batanga hano baruka basubira kana kuzinga Nanti di sini hari itu kini tukora nukuita abantu bakuru para ngukura Tooro nturora n'abantu batabwita babebezi banyi barumuntu so twarieta bakora naitwe nabatwegeraho tuhereza ubunanizi bwa mentoring otukwita kwa Tooro abebezi ba Tooro n'icyo nakyo kiti tukora alakataba kabese mizani ngakaburu akonya muna abantu koma bebembezi ebitekerezo bikaruga mukura turengera kora mukura tunda Tooro selling the image of Tooro outside kura twareta representative wa UNDP United Nations Development Program akaita mukura nikmaisa Tooro tutajiongera idara irindi kandi turengereho no kutwara bataho kubaza hano mukuru w'ihango met the president to express the concerns of Tooro. We have met the president a number of times to express issues of Tooro arising from a conference like this. Now when you're Tooro, maybe I have come big. And utekagire mukwato kwa 2017 when we come for these conferences we are not coming to lament iteranisa kutukuita mukwato tukuita kora mjene wetu dole tutapakora dole we know we can't solve problems yet solutions so iteranisa we don't come to this conference to lament but to get solutions. Auka tulisire kumara tire mbambe kumara uruli tulisire objune kumara because of the current Tooro yonga bichakura ati kolegi pia na maisha wetu cha ni sawa kwa mtenderao tuichapongera hivi ibintu vingi mwana bichakuruka mukurato cyomo
ungagire kuja kusobora kutwara emkolegi baitu as we continue discussing kirokero babacho na nyeti ikakusokea uchawi if it's really burning keep it we will continue addressing you can see hata watu babazame bintu everegebe money which is good we cannot go on and on isaha za jamu muenda kishweka with the microphone. I think Kenya, I don't know who wants to go first. That is what you have agreed.
I can't speak after my elder. I was brought up with a strong family unity. The issue of the industrial park. This is a national commitment by government. So it is not for MPs or local government leaders, it was a demand. And it is a strategy by government to create value addition in our region. So the government selected Jambo that you have to ask them The snap came when government agencies were agreed, and it was led by the director of Naro, because there was a conflict between the mountains of the Mono University, the district, and Naro. So the director of Naro went to court, and they put a caveat over that process. So they tied the hands of NADS, because NADS is supposed to finance the infrastructure. Now when matters are in court, you cannot interfere. So that is the embarrassing situation. Na weki abanaro mukuru wa Naro akakwara government code. I'm now a government with the government code. Ati kitoleka ulemezi bamaze kwa government code, tumaze kwa master plan, plan industrial park, sente zero ezogenda gukora ebitagisa kutwara amashanyarazi n'ingudo na bitimu bayihati ukaba bagenzera mukoti tosobara genda maiso ukapata sente zo mu busoro ukazikoza bogna kusankuni na weki ko naba tukatangana na president yo kusamuji kaiso wange aroha bisho kasendekeza bisho akiki muyigo na huendera presidente gabe kodo na mgambiria tujune izuwejejo minister wa agriculture kahama kwa kwenda Franka Kumeras ya gamera presidente kwa izibia itinagenda kimara. So kwa walize na Franka Kumeras akanga kwa mwekitikemu ya gamba omusaido imyaka yeyo maleberumo ya government negenda kwabo umkwezi kwa kasatu mwaka kwiki obara kwa office ekido kuni kwabo so leo kuya imani hapi amakoto government balezere kuwana amale kuwa kwa tena so hadi kimetekeleza kwa chini. So that is what is there. Amerika usmi hadi ikiwe kuatakana na usmi ikiwe kwanza intekanisa ya usmi ya program ya World Bank kurugira ejo kwanza 2012 bagenda mu ofisi ya Miguel akabanwe minister wa lands na housing twamusaba ngara ayitegeka yona mu ofisi atwiju kandi mazuma ya chukora bapereza integeka ya usmi tumazile kihai integeka ya usmi ina mateka mengi muno tero sana sente zili ezo muntu kwita okatandika kuzaniramu okongera okatekeza lotungazini na wiki World Bank yakateka hamateka mengi muno sente zo mwina gera registered engineer mwina gera treasurer mwina gera committees around how ondera za mwina korona ku sente mu wira mukozesa so ko sente zo mu wira osukayo iwo mazukwihawo ngo Uri ofumo ukabazibaya. Rugabule rubanire. Ati uko kugenda ukazaniramo kalamakwa bazitaka bazihezuri wakuziramo. So nabwo twakumva ubulemezi. Mbere nitekereza ngo okuraporo Orwator People's Conference ruchenjule muno etekaniza abantu abakutulema kandi n'abakozi baitu omu gavumenti zaitu zetwebwe habwokuba ebintu byona nimusobora kubirora haiguru baitu ekikutulemesa kiri muri itu itwenka kugira abantu abaceke abatasobora kutubambura kandi bakatandika kurwanira omuntu kutaito bakaitekirwe ekikoto omu bwele twi nabo tukekala mulemo twabalira nditulemo sente nyingi bazitwaka zagenda gulu zagenda bara zagenda mutweke byetekanizo ito twazifeerwa so ebibina kumanya nawe omusente obuke zazimu oburo mbere nibonereza nigamba kakuba rero nabo kugarukayo kumanya ekitekwao so bondereza na bondereza bananora contractor yagamba enjureno yemesezi kandi kakuteka muki mara bakakinyiga bakateka polasi n'ibintu bibiri habwendura nyamwingi balinzire enjureno berabanebo kimutona bakreta bakikora kandi bamaze banyoleka ngo bamaze no kutumisa amatara ukatumisa amatara bamaze kutumisa kugahero akandi kugakora gari muhanda bwite so everyone is nabo kusema ukende kugakora this time now so nitekereza kumisiriza turore kitekera bwa betu omuntu kamemba opalade tosobora kuita ukadumira abantu abaina nabo gavumenti yabo bakakuliriza iyo bita nobaza ubugenda bakole byabo bi so omuntu obwire obutwire tayira obwire obu tukwita kugali ni ngoza kumanyira ni basaba abokuba bishop wa Seventh Day Amod agambire we have politics we have that kabyo kutubaza politics nyonzo manyeze dada abokuba politics zumanyire dada so kada naongera kama niwe tuihe politiki tuihe mutoro tuihe ebyendema ebirawi ebyendema ebirofu ebyensoro tubiha mukurakurana abokuba tubigera nkorakana nakati nenkurakurana nawe itwena abainenzerezo tuzesikuleo tuvalesye kumaiso kutimo
ate muganyura bakayikura mikono and don't keep a rasta stretch it further than this mikorore mikono wetu you will talk as we go along to the next session. Did you want to add on anything on the industrial park or anything else? Now, going Flavia around and then you do a photo and give you half a second before I say this.
Better Gija Betas, chairman of this now was our industrial park. I think our agents, their government, will get now National Agricultural Research Organization. If you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Armor industry and fisheries. That narrow has research centers, research organizations all over Uganda. In Teso, in Guru, in Uganda, in Kono, they trade division. In the case of Tooro region, that research institute is at Kasumu. And that research institute is for tea, chai, Kasuga, Mwenge State. Kabarole district, Makasimiya, Yekatiz, Rochekewai, Ita, Naro, Ukora Temermo Yayo, Kiembo. Wanitekeleza kwa Kiembo, Kimajimbe, Kikaro, ya district ya Kabarole, through. So Kabarole diareterizi, Naro, Mitizao kage koreo. Betele sebera kuelika Kasumu. Not Kiembo. Kiembo, Tureka, ya Kabarole district. No farmers are told Magana Kabarole. So it's not a zone of research organization. We all Kagedayo, Kasuni, Apocheke, Overbase of Kasumia. Because the chairman of this, Mukawatari, Kasumia, and Hawaii. Again, the Murana, correctly? Like that is a now, when Igwe, our aunt of the Moon University, to Kasaba Itaka, to Alitunga, the career of our president. Na district ya Kaurore, the Kakakiare, the Ketu, the Treki. Ika wa university, to agenda maiso, to atuke kiapa. To atuke kiapa. Ile kiapa. To ajabu, to ajabu. Kale kwa ikinafisa na Kaurore district. Kaurore district. Na maso the Moon University, ika tuja kuforahamu, hawapati tulikoraki, teturu hawaitisa mbali. Mkiranisi. Naro yaya. Tuaga, iwe naro hani, to inavo, itaka, unakai. Nosibira kuwaka, Kasumu. Wetaba. Nikero wetaba na kuli. That is the place for Zono Institute, a chai, a kicheka kile kato. What kemo kwa things are here, and now I release it. Now, when people say that, Agora, muito jogo comum. Acabei com o aí não por muito fazer, porque ele estava naquele apoio. O Tarsino não sabe o que é. Agora, todo research escrito quando acaba design, temporary. Agora, subir na weki, marca de gênero, na ilha Chua, Cadeia Coleca, Zolo Institute, e chega de clinical, e aquele chega que acabou de district, na mão do University, para a gente passar pública, o processo de so, na weki, a magazine kwa Dr. Agoli. A magazine kwa nagara kawali wona. Mabuku wakapikikaro wakama umgeni kaiti haperoki kaite kaperoki suti regulate nukugamba kaite hiyo kaite kukaa asbe hawa kwa hiyo hicho kikana ka ile kule kikana mbele ya so hayo problem hapo bali ni jesika ile kitu kitakuwa kaningia kutekeleza wajenga na suala la kuongea na sakika yeo ya watu
Chair, session yenu ninaombisamo kubaza nyuma ya ukurubani nimewakilisa minister na wakilisa MP kuongeleza hali yao jinsi kigubiri munu baitu ni Gonza associate myself ni Uganda ya Kenya wakilisa mtini ya basa Uganda wakilisa hali surukunda walise Rupata Industry Park. Kalmanano, witake ya Kiembogo, ya District Farm Institute. Dati. Akasumi, mbele dati za mbelile kwa mwihanga, itake ya garuka mbele ya Uganda Land Commission, kandi Wageni agambire abebembezi abantu basunyako bayikiriza nabo kuija kora abo manana baitu ibihandike bro nibyola kama nabo hayisire bala bakimanyire ngo pegomba kokutako industrial park wa Luguru ekituba kujanga bakimanyire wa Luguru tanduko mwaka 2014-15 tukatandika kusindika okutunga industrial park kandi umwaka 2017-18 wakitinisa Tooro hanyuma y'uburoro kuremere rwoku aketempurato ofisi ya boardroom akali minister wa local government na Uganda Land Commission na abana sobola kuiranisa mu industrial park ya Tandu wakayica boya Venda kuikiriza tuwakwenda baitu chiapaso mwakurato umarulide chali eteresa kiro mwakurato orule wikadiri chiembo kandi mwakurato ito tukabamu nawe kabamu Uganda Land Commission nekailengarwa witirisa magumi isoka akabayo Maho, President, Mountains of the Moon University as the President Itaka, Yarakana Minister wa Kabaro Kasunyako Tres Chanayani, Uhandike Baroha, Erupolek Itaka ya Kemoko Kula Poseseo. Kabaro de Hika Chikumi, Mountains of the Moon Hike Kumbibili, Nares Hike Kumbibili, na bukora research. So kurapa kwa minister yimembili na chairman Uganda Land Commission walipokutira kama mkora eje mara ya minister kandi Batirisa abakomisho bakatuma principal land officer a ministry kwica Kiembogo bakapimita kere balitswa mutsuya kabisatu watulikia deed plans sagena Uganda Land Commission itwena batwera za offers kubaliza hanu kuna offer ya district ya Kabarole, kuna offer ya Uganda Land ya Mountains of the Moon University, na kuna offer ya NAM. Hapo ndipo government ya Kediro Maiso okora master plan ya industrial park hadi majai tuna district na Mountains of the Moon University kuikrandeza wiki take yetu tuliteranisa spekike kurubisatu tukole industrial park. So master plan ya kaporwa government ni ya kisasuli ya consultants. It was a very consultative process done by Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Kwa ajili ya kupata kabalo lezitu azigira Kiembogo and master plan ya kwao ikirizo. Government ya recognize bahimba masanyarazi ya maingi babihe hano kaukanyambeho bakatwale Kiembogo garagara national wote himba maizi ya maingi akokose wa industries ya katwale Kiembogo ya regara Ministry of Works to do the road infrastructure nuko industries standing. Weitweke ukyali maroko wako obu director general wa Gambara yaragara director wa hano agenda mukoti andika injunction ayemereze byona kukorwa aboko Uganda Land Commission yakagabitake tabeka kwise which is impunity, absolute impunity. Aboko President Yaraki, Minister Yaraki, Land Commission, wakama kitaka ya Uganda wa Arakiri. Hationu na Yuruka, unagenda kupoti. Hati hivi ni uskando kutroho ya kote. But in this meeting, as I conclude, Madam Chair, I really want to be on record. Which was our industrial park is not a privilege. It is not a privilege. The people of Rwenzori and the people of Kabarole made a contribution. And our contribution must be appreciated. In this conference, we talk about unemployment levels. We talk about young people going into undesirable behavior like gayism, homosexuality, due to lack of what to do. The two reasons behind the establishment of an industrial park is one of value addition or produce, which many times goes to waste because we cannot add value. We cannot store them for a long time to wait for better prices. But the second one, and the very strong one, is job creation for our unemployed youth. When we had an opportunity to visit an industrial park in America, we found that one single factory would recruit up 700 young people. And the lowest pay gets 250,000. We need only 10 of these such factories here to absorb about 7,000 young people from this region. And therefore, anybody standing in our way is an enemy. And our silence should not be misunderstood. Our silence should not be misunderstood. Waiting for someone to retire, that is not our business. It is not our business at all. What we want, actually, our recommendation as Council, Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, is that now, to be able to have these people go back to their original home in the That's where the tea research institute is. It is not here in Kenya. That's what we have recommended as Council. And that's what I pray, Madam Chair, that it becomes a resolution of this conference. That now goes back to the tower. We get this land for the industrial park, which is now overdue for purposes of value addition and job creation. I submit that.
Thank you very much. Are we adopting this as a resolution of this conference? Yes. Unanimous?
No doubt about it.
Yes. Your Excellency, I think I'll now allow you to respond to the few things that were addressed to you, because some of them are locked to us, and that's why we're changing tokens and token language, although you are warned so that you don't Basem Twajwama, Akiki, Mugagire, follow interpreter.
I see the discussions are very spirited, very deep, very deep. So first of all, let me thank you once again for the session, and let me also say I forgot to introduce my wonderful staff member who is here with me, Nicholas Burunde, please. And he is also from Tooro. So you have one of your own here in UNDP, and I think I'll put him on the spot to say a few words as well, just listening into the conversation. And being a son of the soil, I think it's quite important for him to say a few words. So be ready. I wanted to also say, Madam Chair, that I need to, maybe I'm not TV. I need to come for an immersion for about 6 months so I can speak the language next time around. Because I missed some of the nuances and I kind of felt it was exciting, so I need to train as an Agoli to be able to speak the language next time around. But thank you very much, and thanks to all the kind words to UNDP for the support, whether to the private sector, to the youth, to the tourism, really very humbled for the kind words. But perhaps just listening here, a few reflections and maybe to the question that was asked to me. First of all, just listening in terms of the conversations coming and the role of the conference itself, I think is one that maybe I'll probably reflect on it a bit more in terms of, do you want to use it as an advocacy tool, or to push certain development ideas, or to chart certain pathways that you can always come back to the year after? Because I thought there was a lot of information and a lot of push, and maybe that should come out a bit more strongly, just listening to the various conversations. The second thing that I wanted to say, just listening to the debate, and some came out quite strongly there, around the incentive mechanisms that should be provided for the young people. And thank you for some of the initiatives you're already taking here. And maybe let's reflect a bit more with you, and I think as a development agency, working with the government as well, what are those incentive mechanisms? Because if you say, when other people come in, they get the incentives, they get the tax holidays, but then if you're from the country or you're not getting the same level, what would it take, what would it require? And let's have that conversation in terms of what are the incentive mechanisms whether it's of a fiscal nature, whether it's grant, whether it's loan, whether it's what. Let's look at some of these because they matter. That's where we are going to get the real young people and innovators flourishing. In terms of the support to the SACCOs, yes, I mean, Nicholas would stay in touch with the SACCO lead, but it's not so much about the training. It's so much about how do we aggregate the potential of the SACCOs to invest in Tooro. Because many a times what we see is that there's a lot of SACCO, the SACCO takes their money to the bank perhaps moves back to them, but can we create a system where a SACCO has seen the potential and therefore SACCO invests in it as a SACCO, or we bring a couple of SACCOs together to aggregate the money and the funding they have to invest, that investment creates wealth, it is then plowed back to the SACCOs. So maybe some reflections with you from a development financing point of view becomes very important. So I know the earlier presenter talked about investments that they were doing as a group, but how do we work with the SACCOs? And I think that's something that we can take from this and UNP will be able to help beyond the training, more on the larger scale. How many SACCOs are here? How much are they generating? What can we use with the SACCO money? As long as we have the corporate governance right. As long as we have the corporate governance right, and don't say, no, it has to go to my village, then I think we'll get it. So I think that would be a very powerful tool where we can aggregate the potential of the SACCOs here. On the question around Uganda's development challenge, I think I would disappoint you for two reasons. First, we don't have the time, and two, it's already done. I mean, the National Development Plan, and we've had several national development plans, and the Vision 2040 really anchors what the development challenges of Uganda are, and therefore, what can we do differently? So when we have a program, a new program implementation action plan, or that the government begins to shift from a sector-based approach to program-based approach, it's based on some analysis. So I encourage you to look at the NDP3, because that's where you have the development challenges unpacked. Otherwise, we'll spend the whole day here looking at challenges. But I think what's important is that we don't even need the book, or we see it. I think it's a practical thing, we see it. When I come out of our office in Yusuf Lule every day, I tell my staff members, when we see the young men and women running on the streets, it's a development challenge. That's not where they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be in the, I know you talked about the industrial parks a lot. They should be in the factories. They should be producing something. I'm not saying that it's not what they're doing is not good. I'm just saying that they have not realized the full potential of themselves. And that is a development. So I don't think we can do that here. We see it every day. But importantly, when you ask what is the comparative analysis between West Africa and East Africa or Uganda or Africa, I want to flip it again. Let's not stay in the mode of challenges, because we never get out of it. Well, we need to ask ourselves, what can we do differently now that we know the challenges? So I want to challenge you to look at more the opportunities in the region. And I think if we begin to look at Africa with a great potential, and now that we have 60% of the most arable land in the world, we are blessed. Okay? We have the human beings, we have the land, we have the energy resources. In fact, the energy that will power the future green energy that we are talking about, the lithium batteries that you need for the future, we are here. Uganda has found rare earth. DRC has it. Zambia has it. What would it take? What would it take for us to produce our own batteries? Not that somebody comes and carries our soil away, produces the battery and sells it back to us. So that's what we should be asking ourselves. So I'll rather that we shift the conversation to what would it take for us to structurally transform? What would it take for us to build resilience? And I know the Honorable Flavia talked about resilience from a family point of view. But there's also resilience to crisis and shock. Our economies to be resilient. Our industries to be resilient. These are things we should be reflecting upon. And then finally, leaving no one behind. The 190s. Leave no one behind. What does it practically mean? Who are we leaving behind? Where are they? The young people, the women, the person with disabilities, everything. We need to reflect how do we bring them into the core, inclusive growth and sustainable development. So please, let's reflect. And I do hope, Honorable, that we'll begin to see how we stream the conversation moving forward. To say, okay, we picked up 2 or 3 things, how to string it forward, whether in terms of ideas, in terms of advocacy, in terms of whatever we do. But importantly, the conference, it's a brilliant one. Honorable team, thank you for inviting us, because really, This is Tooro people calling and really focusing on their own development agenda and how to push that forward. And we are happy we can contribute to it. But finally, what I can say is that let's not be too internal looking. The world is so integrated. It's so connected. And therefore, as you look at Tooro, don't look at only Tooro within the eyes of Tooro, but also see what does it mean in terms of larger integration within the rest of the country, partnership with the rest of the country, partnership with different groups. This is what will take us forward so that we don't isolate ourselves too much from what is happening. So with that, let me invite Nicholas Burunde to say a few words as a son of the soil on his own reflections, just hearing what his people have been talking about. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for welcoming us here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Honorable Attorney, Bishop, yes. Honorable Alex, thank you. I listened very passionate to the very passionate conversation about the industrial development and the industrial park that we're trying to set up. As UNDP, one of the things we have noticed is that there's a lot of opportunity to create jobs for young people in industrial parks. And so we're partnering with the UIA to create dedicated spaces within these industrial parks where young people can have facilities to innovate, to access technologies, to access equipment, to be able to develop some of the innovations that they have. We're going to pilot this in Kasese for starters, such that we can be able to tap into the DRC market. That's a 90 million people market with very high spending power. How do we take advantage of that? And then from the portal perspective of Cameroon, how do we prepare ourselves for that opportunity in DRC? In DRC, the other day we were told they're buying a kilo of meat at 80,000 Uganda shillings. 80,000 Uganda shillings. Kinshasa. Yes. They're importing offals. They're importing those all the way from Latin America. How do we prepare ourselves to take advantage of that opportunity? They're buying a cup of coffee, about 300 ml, similar to a pot of soda, at $18. We're growing coffee here. How do we prepare ourselves to take advantage of that? Now, for this particular viewpoint that I want to share, I'm not speaking as UNDP. The conversation about narrow mountains of the moon and the district. I think beyond the confrontation that is taking place, these entities are going to need each other. Largely because the industrial park is not going to only focus on tea, for instance. It's going to take into consideration other agro-processing activities, which will need research being conducted by NARO to see how best to take advantage of that opportunity. So I think we need to find a mechanism to bring NARO on board. And again, I repeat, this is not as UNDP, this is me as an individual. I think we need to bring NARO on board to give us the research needed to inform the industrial development that is taking place within the industrial park that we're trying to build, in addition to what is being done by Mountains of the Moon on the other end. Thank you. Now, with regard to entrepreneurship, one of the things we've been piloting is how do we work with the private sector to create opportunities for young people, using what we call inclusive business models, where we de-risk the investment of the private sector to be able to engage young people within their businesses, either as distributors of their products, as suppliers of some of the inputs that they have, or even as skilled employees through our graduate volunteer scheme program. We're bringing these young people to see how best can they pick up some of the employability skills that they can then take to the next level. And I'm glad Paul Kasande spoke about the Kijura Circle. I think we did about 10 or so years ago, 10 or 15 years ago. And we're happy that it's growing. But like Elsie was saying, how do we now channel the resources within those circles? One of the biggest circles we have outside was the Lendo and Exodus. It's Jammu, Chapunga, people's shame. Those people are now investing in processing tea as a sap. How do we now turn into those resources? Because there's a lot of money in these sappers. How do we turn that into a vehicle for investment? What kind of special purpose vehicles can we support you to develop to be able to turn those resources into wealth for the young people of Tooro? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Elsie, thank you so much. Can we clap for her again? Thank you very much, both for those interventions. I believe now, even us who didn't have much information, we are on board. But I'm glad from your submission where you ended on needing each other at institutional level. These arguments happen, these are organizations, it's nothing personal, I believe. You can hear Samuti at the road, so that it is institution to institution, you can always come together again. Time-wise, I don't know where we are, but where we are is a reflection of how we started. We started 2, again, was very modest, he said almost 2 hours. Actually, we started 2.5 hours late. And I will not ever talk about time management and timekeeping. It also has got a bearing on development. Wasting time. Wasting time. And also wanting to do too many things at the same time. So what you do, you end up wanting to do too many things at the same time. TPC and Rupiah to Aguna, to Rabagatuna TPC, put time aside and say later Kugasaifi, KINYAMASIKA, or another venue. And we give that time. Otherwise, if you say, can you take a number to say, then we will have TPC, one you won't concentrate and will not benefit from the discussion to target. Of course, I sympathize with our elected leaders because here and there, but let's try always to keep time. Having said that, isn't it wonderful that Itwe Abantu Bakuru, we always end the year and go into Christmas, having sat here, interacted on issues of economic and social development. That's for yourself. I came on the stage by mistake because the chair of that session, Charles Mwangushi, had to go back to Kampala. But let me, on behalf of the organizers, also take this opportunity to congratulate you for putting this time aside. Thank you very much. I want to confirm to the person who talked about the development of the Tooro development agenda and whether it was within the line of the government development agenda. I want to confirm that the TDA was developed on the lines of the NDP. So we are not outside, we are in tandem. And being in tandem also means, I will see that we're together aligned with the sustainable development goals and so on and so forth. Tooro. New York sustainable development goals. I'm just joking. Development agenda. Ekina ebitwe busanju eyekwija kwebembere kurakurana eya Tooro tukakikora nisigikira akandikwe kya gavumenti ekekurakurana ekibarakweta National Development Plan. Exactly, so it is like our NDP 3. So I wanted to put your minds to rest. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are getting hungry and we are getting tired.
Yes.
Can we, when we go to eat, the bad thing is we want also to spend a lot of time to talk. I wish we could rush, eat quickly, and be back in about 20 minutes. Well, it's not possible. So there's an idea that we had plenty. And as I've already said, there's an idea that we could do that one presentation, finish and go and eat, but will that be supper? We're not supposed to supper. But we could also go quickly, eat, then come back, 30 minutes, that's the proposal. When we return, I'll hand over this microphone to Mr. Patrick Ruweza, who is the next chair. The beauty, it's not good that we missed Sheila Natia, who was supposed to be a discussant, but we can turn this into an opportunity. Then we'll have one discussant of the next paper of this Muhammad Sharif. So I'm sure Kiki and Kajole, you are ready. You're still around, yes? And I'm sorry that you've been waiting to make your presentation, but we're going to reward you before you present with a meal. Mukami Karaneitwe, hata bekuja beitu, otokusa kwawe, oburo kusaba kwetu, Amina. I release you to go and eat. And if there are people in this room that did not register at the registration desk, kindly pass there. It's just registration. There's no fee. Go and register, because we think that you have more people in the room than the people who have registered. It is free. Registration is free, and the meal is also free.
Hello everyone, welcome to this brief discussion about Tooro People's Conference 2022. First, I would like to address myself to the Tooro People's Conference, which is normally called TPC. It is an initiative driven by the elders of Tooro, or locally known as Isaazi Ly'Abantu Bakuru Tooro, and it was adopted in the year 2016 in December, the first conference.